Chapter 1435. Slaughter. Why is the Shadow Dragon Legion retreating? The Shadow Dragon Legion is missing a lot of members. What? The Shadow Dragon Legion actually lost to Zero Wing? Crimson Castle's members were stupefied as they watched the fleeing Shadow Dragon Legion. After all was said and done, the Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. Although it only had 1,000 members, even a 10,000-man army from a first-rate guild would be powerless against the legion. Particularly in narrow terrain such as this, a 1,000-man legion could exert its strength to its full potential. Yet, Zero Wing's 1,000-plus army had defeated this legion. Guild leader, the Shadow Dragon Legion has retreated. What should we do? An indescribable sense of shock gripped Lonely Castle's heart. Useless garbage. Didn't they tell us to leave everything to them? Crimson Fox ground his teeth as he glared at the distant Shadow Dragon Legion. Since we can't rely on the Shadow Dragon Legion, we'll deal with this problem ourselves. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take on an army of 10,000 elites. There were always rumors in the virtual gaming world about superpowers trump card legions of 1,000 men slaughtering 10,000 men armies from first-rate guilds. But they were just that, rumors. When it really came down to a fight, the victor was never guaranteed until the end. Advance. Surround the hill. Do not let a single Zero Wing player leave this place alive. Crimson Fox commanded. Immediately, all 15,000-plus Crimson Castle elites surged towards Zero Wing's hill. However, when Crimson Castle's army was only 1,000 yards away from the hill, two beams of light descended from above. Before these players could react, the black and white beams slammed into Crimson Castle's army. Following which, two pillars of light rose into the sky. Even Green Rain Town's players could see the spectacle. When the two light pillars faded, they revealed two large empty clearings in the middle of the army. Despite the fact that Crimson Castle's members had spread out, the two attacks had claimed over 6,000 lives. Although these two shots had cost Shurfeng 4,000 magic crystals, he considered the exchange worthwhile since he had killed so many players. Zero Wing. Crimson Fox's eyes turned bloodshot when he realized how many of his guild members had vanished. However, although Crimson Fox was furious, his companions didn't share the same sentiment. Rather than rage, fear flashed in these players' eyes. With just two shots, Zero Wing had annihilated 1/3 of their forces. If Zero Wing fired the cannons a few more times, their army would be devastated. Elsewhere, when the Shadow Dragon Legion saw the fading light pillars, they were relieved to escape the attacks. If not for their commander ordering the retreat when he had, the intermediate mana pulse cannons would have claimed their lives. They finally understood how pointless it was for a guild to focus on quantity over quality. Collecting war weapons was far more important. Commander, are we really abandoning Green Rain Town? A Shadow Dragon Legion member asked Shadowtooth. Nine Dragons Emperor had personally tasked them with Green Rain Town's protection. If they packed up and left now, they would most likely have to face the man's wrath. What else are we supposed to do? Fight them? Angrily, Shadowtooth snapped. The only person to blame here is that fool, Crimson Fox. If he hadn't resorted to petty tricks to stop Zero Wing from capturing Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing wouldn't have decided to make an example of Crimson Castle. Zero Wing isn't what it was in the past. Notify the other guilds under our control. Tell them that unless they have a way to deal with those cannons, they should keep their heads down. He hadn't wanted to interfere with the arrangement between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle in the first place, but since the guild had come knocking on Green Rain Town's door, it had forced his hand. In the end, not only had he failed to stop Zero Wing, but he also lost over 300 Shadow Dragon Legion members in a few minutes. It had been a heavy blow to the Legion. What are you all afraid of? These kinds of attacks have a long cooldown. Zero Wing only has 1,000 players. If we finish them off quickly enough, they won't have a chance to fire those cannons again. Crimson Fox bellowed. Although the intermediate mana pulse cannons were powerful, he had a rough estimate of their cooldown. 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed between the first attack and the second. In other words, the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown should be 4 to 5 minutes long. This was more than enough time for a 10,000-man army to wipe out 1,000 players. Crimson Fox's reasoning shook his players from their frightened daze. Reclaiming their confidence, they dashed for the hillside paths. Guild leader, they're advancing again, negative life reported through the team chat. Good. Everyone, maintain your positions. Hold the enemy off for as long as possible. Crimson Fox's determination didn't particularly surprise Xueqi. The man had no more paths of retreat. If he let Zero Wing attack unhindered, he'd lose Green Rain Town and his army. The guild leader had to fight. However, climbing the hill wasn't so simple. Zero Wing's main force and Dark God's Legion members were stationed around the hillside paths. With the terrain they had the advantage. As for trading the established paths for the steep slopes, doing so was suicide. This was also Zero Wing's main reason for choosing this hill. Otherwise, he would have chosen a farther location. After all, the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a maximum range of 20,000 yards. With Aqua Rose and the others guarding the 4 available hillside paths, the hill was like an impenetrable fortress. The path Zhao Yueru's team guarded was especially atrocious. With MTs at the forefront, Zhao Yueru could attack freely. Even when Crimson Castle's MTs activated their life-saving skills, receiving all sorts of damage absorption buffs, the Flame Witch's powerful fire-type spells killed them instantly, giving Crimson Castle's healers no time to help their companions. With each volley, Zhao Yueru claimed 2 or 3 dozen lives. All Crimson Castle's members could do at this point was trade blow for blow. However, both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion had consumed Sea God's blessings, increasing all of their resistances by 100 points. With their inherent defense and magic resistance, they didn't even lose more than 4,000 HP from a direct hit. Furthermore, the MTs blocked the majority of the incoming attacks with their shields. The blocked attacks were lucky to deal over -100 damage to Zero Wing's MTs. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow fought like a literal war goddess as she faced Crimson Castle's members. After receiving a truth shield from one of the clerics in the rear, she dashed into the group of MTs on her path and started a massacre. With Whirlwind Slash, she sent over a dozen MTs flying. Although Crimson Castle's ranged players tried to bombard the Snow Goddess, she dodged the majority of their attacks. Even if she failed to dodge an attack, none of them dealt more than -2,000 damage thanks to her 7 Luminaries battle army and the Sea God's blessing. After activating 7 Luminaries' domain, she was even more of a juggernaut. Aqua Rose's path was a simpler scene. The 12 water snakes she summoned with Aqua Precinct were practically invincible. No matter how many Crimson Castle members came at her, she sent them all flying. Her mana was the only problem, but the guild's oracles and druids easily solved the problem, supporting Aqua Rose by replenishing her mana. Including the advanced mana recovery potions, she should have no problems maintaining Aqua Precinct until the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown completed. Time passed very quickly. After a few minutes, Crimson Castle had lost nearly 3,000 members, with 80% of the army's MTs dead. With most of its meat shields gone, Crimson Castle had to rely on their melee players to break Zero Wing's blockades. In contrast, Zero Wing had only suffered around 20 casualties thus far. It's about time we give Crimson Castle a taste of Zero Wing's true power. When Xueqi saw more reinforcements from Crimson Castle coming from Green Rain Town, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a large number of miniature ballistas. Chapter 1436. Everlasting Moment. Charge. Keep moving forward. Their healers should be running out of mana. Once they run out, we'll take the hill. Crimson Fox shouted, his eyes bloodshot. At this point, he had completely disregarded the potential losses. However, as Crimson Fox had said, Crimson Castle's ruthless charge was a huge burden on Zero Wing's healers. The healers relentlessly cast every healing spell they had available. Their mana consumption rate was even greater than during a boss raid. In a normal boss fight, they only needed to focus on the team's MTs. Now, however, they had to heal everyone. If they lost their focus, their companions could die. In fact, the 20+ casualties Zero Wing suffered so far were the result of something distracting the healers. Seeing Zero Wing's healers running low on mana, Crimson Castle's members grew even more fervent with their attacks. Zero Wing's members struggled. Fighting 10,000 pigs would be a challenge, not to mention 10,000 players with skills. If not for their superior combat techniques, weapons, and equipment, Crimson Castle's members would have already overrun the hill. Guild leader, Although we have 20,000 more members on the way, are we really going to duke it out with Zero Wing? Lonely Castle asked. His heart ached as he watched his guildmates die in droves. These players were all elite members from the guild. Even if they defeated Zero Wing, Crimson Castle would likely suffer grievous losses. It would be utterly helpless if Zero Wing decided to attack again. We don't have a choice. If we lose Green Rain Town, Crimson Castle will be in an even worse position, Crimson Fox said as he looked towards the hilltop, helplessness gripping his heart. If he had known that Zero Wing was capable of this level of warfare, he would never have played such petty tricks. Unfortunately, it was too late for his regret. If Crimson Castle won this battle, although it would damage the guild's morale, it would still have a chance to make a comeback. In contrast, if Crimson Castle lost, the guild would forever lose its position in Lakeheart City. It wouldn't even be surprising if the guild disbanded as a result of losing Green Rain Town. He was certain that Zero Wing wouldn't last much longer. After all, their enemy had only dispatched a 1,000-man team. Zero Wing must be dreaming if it thought it could triumph over an elite army of tens of thousands with such a small force. However, as soon as Crimson Fox finished speaking, 2 more black-white beams of light descended from the hilltop. With the chaos of battle as a distraction, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons had finished their cooldowns before anyone had realized it. The 2 beams struck Crimson Castle's army once again. Although the attacks weren't as effective as last time, the 2 beams still erased nearly 3,000 Crimson Castle members. The rampaging survivors instantly fell silent. Compared to the cannon's physical destruction, the mental blow was devastating. Endure it. More reinforcements will arrive soon. Crimson Fox tried to placate his guild members. Once they're here, we'll prepare Zero Wing for its funeral. None of the drops from their members need to be reported or handed over to the guild. And I'll award any player who kills a Zero Wing member 1,000 GCPs. Killing an upper echelon will earn you 50,000 GCPs. Crimson Castle's members cheered when they heard the potential rewards. Although Crimson Castle's GCPs weren't particularly valuable, 1,000 points were still the equivalent of a little over 1 gold. 50,000 points were worth around 50 plus gold. It was enough money to purchase a common mount or a piece or 2 of top-tier equipment. However, following the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks, dozens of flaming arrows cascaded down from the hilltop. These were the exploding arrows from the miniature ballistas. Although the exploding arrows were much weaker than the intermediate mana pulse cannons, there were far more of them, and they had a shorter cooldown. To ensure the fall of Green Rain Town, Xueqi had prepared 50 miniature ballistas. Following which, explosions shook the ground amid Crimson Castle's army. The guild's members transformed into streaks of light. A single volley had claimed over 500 lives. As they watched their comrades die, the survivors also noticed a magic barrier spread out from the hilltop. The barrier blocked every attack from Crimson Castle's members, protecting Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's members easily attacked the players beyond the barrier. However, this wasn't the worst part. Without warning, a level 72, Tier 3 demon with fiery wings had appeared over Crimson Castle's army. Gathering mana in its palms, the demon created a fireball the size of a small mountain before hurling it at unsuspecting players. Instantly, over 100 players vanished. Impossible! Crimson Fox couldn't believe his eyes. How could Zero Wing be so strong? With such overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities, not even a 100,000-man army could defeat Zero Wing's 1,000 players, much less his 10,000 players. The last attack had shocked Crimson Castle's members so badly that they had forgotten to continue their attacks. They all knew how powerful magic barriers were. As long as a magic barrier had enough mana, and none of the attacks exceeded its endurance limit, it would remain in place indefinitely. Zero Wing dares to take the Shadow Dragon Legion so lightly. Watching from afar, fear and rage flashed in Shadowtooth's eyes. He had led one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's bona fide trump card legions against the guild, yet Zero Wing hadn't even bothered to use everything it had during their fight. It felt as if their enemy had only been playing with them. It's about time we end this battle. Xueqi smiled when he saw Crimson Fox in the distance. He then activated Phantom Kill and Space Movement. He stepped into the spatial tear. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi appeared above Crimson Fox. The sky split. That's Black Flame. What is he trying to do? Crimson Castle's members were surprised to see the figure emerge from the spatial tear. They couldn't help but gasp when they got a clear view of the man. Black Flame. Although Shufeng's appearance surprised Crimson Fox, he reacted quickly and retrieved 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag. Sneering, he growled, "You dare stand before me? You must be trying to die." Over 15 yards separated the 2 guild leaders. Crimson Castle's top-tier experts surrounded them. He even had a Tier 3 defensive scroll and Tier 3 single-target attack scroll. Killing a peak expert should be a piece of cake. Die! Crimson Fox unfurled the Tier 3 single-target attack scroll. However, Xueqi responded immediately by using Instant Strike, appearing before his enemy and brandishing Killing Ray. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, a single streak of blue light, surrounded by 9 streaks of black light, shot through Crimson Fox, who still wore his sinister smile, and devoured all of the man's HP. Crimson Fox hadn't even activated the unfurled magic scroll. Everyone who saw Shufeng's attack speed gasped. As Crimson Fox collapsed to the ground, he dropped a pair of gloves and a stone fragment that emitted a faint pressure. Without hesitation, Xueqi pocketed both items. He then switched position with his doppelganger and cancelled Phantom Kill, disappearing as if he had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle's nearby experts stood there in a daze. It was as if time had frozen for these experts. Chapter 1437. Black Dragon Empire shocked. This is a lie, right? He actually disappeared? Is he a ghost? Crimson Castle's members stared in shock at their guild leader's motionless body. Everything had happened too quickly. Xueqi had appeared and taken Crimson Fox's life before anyone had realized it. He then vanished without a trace. After Xueqi had left, these players were silent for a long moment. When they finally snapped out of their daze, their complexions turned deathly pale as they looked towards Xueqi, who had returned to the hilltop. Fear dominated Crimson Castle's members. They had stood over 1,000 yards away from the mountain to avoid getting caught in the shockwaves from the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks. Originally, they had assumed that they were safe. However, Xueqi only needed a moment to teach them how foolish that hope was. If Xueqi could easily kill an expert like their guild leader despite over 1,000 yards between them, killing them all would be child's play. Today they finally learned what a real expert was. They could never use numbers to overwhelm this level of strength. Vice Guild Leader, do we continue the battle? The guild's experts turned to the shield warrior, Lonely Castle. Now that Crimson Fox, their commander and guild leader, was dead, the army fell into disarray. They still hadn't destroyed Zero Wing's magic barrier, and a constant stream of exploding arrows still rained down. Even with 20,000 reinforcements, they would be marching to their deaths. We retreat, Lonely Castle said, shaking his head dejectedly as he stared at Xueqi, who stood at the top of the hill. The strength Zero Wing had displayed was simply mind-boggling, and with their guild leader dead, Lonely Castle wasn't confident of defeating the enemy guild. Hearing Lonely Castle's order to retreat, Crimson Castle's members breathed a sigh of relief. They abruptly scattered, fleeing the battlefield like madmen. When Crimson Castle's reinforcements caught wind of the order, they, too, fled into the surrounding wilderness, not daring to set foot in Green Rain Town again. The guild members in Green Rain Town began to evacuate, afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would obliterate them if they weren't fast enough. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's victory spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire. Although guilds fought each other every day in the Empire, large-scale siege wars were rare. After all, no guild wanted to lose an advantage. These guilds avoided all-out wars unless absolutely necessary. Many of the Empire's players had been watching the battle between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle. Not even the latter's tens of thousands of elite members in Green Rain Town were a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team. No matter how they looked at it, the outcome was incomprehensible. Hence, news of the war had spread much quicker than usual. Did you hear? Crimson Castle was defeated. What's going on? Crimson Castle actually lost? Didn't Zero Wing only dispatch 1,000 players? That can't be possible, right? After all, Crimson Castle has an elite army of tens of thousands. They weren't a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team? Are Crimson Castle's members idiots? You guys might not realize it since you weren't there, but I watched the battle personally. Zero Wing had used some kind of war weapon to shatter the town's defensive magic array in a single hit and kill several thousand players instantly. The second-rate guilds that had allied with Crimson Castle pulled their forces from the town on the spot. Although Crimson Castle sent its army to meet its enemy, Zero Wing's war weapons wiped out 1/3 of its forces before Crimson Castle could even reach the guild. Zero Wing even used a fleet of miniature ballistas to bombard Crimson Castle's forces with flaming arrows. Against so many war weapons, not even several 100,000 elite players would have a chance, much less tens of thousands. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums burned with conversation. Some people had even uploaded battle videos of Zero Wing's assault on Green Rain Town. Everyone who saw the 2 massive craters in Green Rain Town was stupefied. At the same time, they also understood why Crimson Castle had lost. What a joke! With a few more attacks of that scale, Green Rain Town would fall to ruin. Crimson Castle hadn't had any hope of winning. In fact, that battle couldn't be called a fight. This had simply been one-sided bullying. The number of miniature ballistas Zero Wing had employed in the end had been particularly ridiculous. How was a player army supposed to stand against so many war weapons? Meanwhile, the recording of Crimson Fox's death at Xueqi's hands showed the Black Dragon Empire's players what a Sword King truly was. So, that is Zero Wing? Everyone's eyes glowed when they watched Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Although Zero Wing's performance in the ranking competition had been frightening, it had only proven that the guild had powerful experts. To the Black Dragon Empire's players, Zero Wing had a long way to go before it could compare to the other large guilds' foundations. However, after watching today's battle, everyone believed that Zero Wing deserved the rank it won in the competition. With so many weapons of war, who would possibly dare provoke the guild? For a time after the momentous battle, more of the Empire's players tried to join Zero Wing. Now that they were certain of Zero Wing's rise in the Empire, they knew that it'd be far more difficult to join the guild if they didn't do so now. If they did not join now, it would become much more difficult to do so in the future. At the same time, the Empire's various large guilds held emergency meetings. The goal of these meetings was simple: notify everyone to avoid provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances. At the same time, they began to reorganize their priorities, focusing on exploring ancient ruins to obtain more war weapons. Xueqi had no idea that due to this war, he had taught these guilds an important lesson. The number of members a guild had would no longer be important in guild wars and siege battles. Defensive magic arrays and war weapons would decide victory. With these armaments, even a 1,000-man team could easily capture a guild town. Meanwhile, every player had fled Green Rain Town. Only the town's NPCs remained. Guild leader, are we going to take over Green Rain Town now? Gentle Snow's excitement grew when she saw the defenseless guild town. From the time they had arrived, the battle had only lasted a little over 10 minutes, and they had captured a guild town while only suffering minor losses. Moreover, Green Rain Town was in a resource-rich area. With this town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting herbs and ores. No. We're going to destroy it, Xueqi said, shaking his head. But guild leader, it's a ready-made town. If we claim it, we can save on construction costs, Aqua Rose hurriedly advised when she heard Xueqi's plan. What a joke. It was clear that Crimson Castle must have invested at least several tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, Green Rain Town was a high-resource town. Many guilds would love such an opportunity. If not for Nine Dragons Emperor's secret support, the Empire's first-rate guilds would have long since tried to raid the town and claim it for their own. Yet Xueqi wanted to abandon it. This was insane. There's no need to get caught up in this town. We have a much better option, Xueqi said, smiling. He then took a blood-red stone that radiated a faint pressure from his bag. This was the stone that had dropped from Crimson Fox's body. Chapter 1438. Frightening Harvest. A better option? Gentle Snow looked at the blood-red stone in Xueqi's hand curiously. The stone was the size of a fist. If not for the faint pressure radiating from it, it would be easily mistaken for an ordinary red gemstone. This isn't just an ordinary stone. It's actually made of red luminary stone. Seeing the doubt on Gentle Snow's face, Xueqi smiled and explained. You know what red luminary stone is. It's far more valuable than magic crystals. It's also a superconductive ore, only second to the 7 luminaries crystals. But what does this stone have anything to do with a resource town? Gentle Snow asked curiously. I haven't finished. This stone is made of red luminaire stone, but it's not complete. Originally, the Black Dragon Empire had created teleportation gates leading to 33 neutral maps outside of the Empire's borders. These locations were the reason the Empire had flourished during the past. However, the teleportation gates had been destroyed during a rebellion, and the teleportation cores that powered the gates had gone missing. This stone is one of those cores. With this teleportation core, we can construct a stable teleportation gate in a guild town within the Black Dragon Empire as long as we collect a bottle of temporal sand and 200,000 magic crystals. We can use the teleportation gate to travel to the neutral map recorded within the core. Xueqi explained the teleportation core in detail as he gazed at the stone in his hand. During the Black Dragon Empire's early days, the Empire had stood shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great empires. If not for the rebellion and the teleportation gate's destruction, the Black Dragon Empire would have been the 5th strongest empire in God's domain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained 7 of the 33 teleportation cores in the past. As a result, the pavilion had secured an abundance of resources and eventually grew to rival veteran superguilds. Xueqi had never expected to obtain one of these cores by killing Crimson Fox. There were only 33 of these teleportation cores in the Black Dragon Empire, each one linked a high-resource neutral map. Due to the nature of these maps, teleportation arrays couldn't reach them. Players usually had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to these areas. If one had a means to teleport to a particular map, they'd have a monopoly on the map's resources. Xueqi had considered capturing Green Rain Town, but the town's resources paled in comparison to the teleportation core. As long as Zero Wing captured Hidden Fog Town and constructed a teleportation gate, it'd have access to a large amount of resources, focusing a fraction of those resources into the town's development. They didn't need Green Rain Town. It would just be an additional expenditure for the guild. They didn't need to worry about fending off other major powers contesting for the town either. Teleport to a neutral map? Guild leader, are you joking? Gentle Snow stared at the stone in Xueqi's hand in shock. She had been playing God's Domain for quite some time now. As a member of the guild's upper management, she kept up on various information about the game. Naturally, she had an acute understanding of the importance of neutral maps. Neutral maps were not under human control. They weren't suitable for human settlements, either. However, these locations shared a similar aspect. They had a ridiculous amount of resources, far beyond those found in empires and kingdoms. One could find rare and valuable resources in practically every corner. However, neutral maps were extremely dangerous. They were also far from any civilization. Traveling to and from these areas was troublesome. Furthermore, it was difficult for players to remain in these maps for long periods. As a result, players' harvest was limited. A teleportation gate connected to a neutral map was as good as taking control of that map. One could send players through the gate freely. Not only was it convenient, but it would also help guild towns attract players and the resources they had to offer. One could just imagine how frighteningly valuable the core was. Not even 5 green rain toes would be worth as much as a single teleportation core. Once Zero Wing set up the teleportation gate, it could develop in the Black Dragon Empire without worry, even if it had to face fierce competition from the Empire's other large guilds. Take a look at it yourself. Xueqi then shared the teleportation core's introductory text with Gentle Snow. The text referred to the stone as a teleportation core as Xueqi had explained. However, there was no mention of its connected location. It only stated that it could be used to construct a teleportation gate leading to an unknown location. After reading the introductory text, Gentle Snow began to search through Zero Wing's database. She quickly found information regarding fallen teleportation gates that had existed within the Empire. These gates had led to 33 different neutral maps. This discovery rendered Gentle Snow speechless. She even wondered if Xueqi were some kind of robot. It was astonishing how much information he knew. The information about the Black Dragon Empire's teleportation gates was fragmented. If not for Xueqi's explanation, she wouldn't have learned anything about these gates. Although the teleportation core was a wonderful item, there was a major problem. The bottle of temporal sand and the 200,000 magic crystals. She had never even heard of the temporal sand. Without the temporal sand, the teleportation core was just a paperweight. Leave the teleportation gate to me. You just need to worry about securing Hidden Fog Town and completing your Tier 2 promotion as soon as possible. You've seen the gap between Tier 1 and 2 for yourself. The sooner you complete your promotion quest, the easier leveling up will be, Xueqi said. He was fully aware of the teleportation core's flaws. The required 200,000 magic crystals were enough to choke a first-rate guild. It was already difficult to make ends meet, much less save up. A guild would require a tremendous amount of time to collect so many crystals. The other problem was the temporal sand. Temporal sand was counted by the grain, and each bottle contained 500 grains. Every grain was extremely valuable. Each had sold for 20 gold or more in the past. During its peak, these temporal sand grains had even sold for over 50 gold each. Moreover, there wasn't nearly enough supply to keep up with demand. Aside from its relation to the teleportation gates, temporal sand grains were also used as valuable materials in crafting various epic items. When one used temporal sand in an item's production, not only could it increase the success rate, but it could also enhance the item's attributes. Moreover, the more temporal sand the crafter used, the greater the final product's enhancements would be. Hence, temporal sand had been highly sought after in God's domain. However, he only knew of 2 methods to obtain temporal sand in the Black Dragon Empire. Fortunately, he was considerably familiar with one method. He could purchase them from Countess Katie Green in Lakeheart City. It seems like it's time to pay another visit. Chapter 1439. Revisiting the Countess's Mansion. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. People crowded the streets in the city's prosperous trade area. Level 42 and 43 experts were everywhere. Players atop mounts were also a common sight. In the luxurious shops lining the streets, one could easily find level 40 secret silver weapons and equipment. A few shops even had level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment on display in their windows. Although more players in God's domain reached level 40 by the day, level 40 weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Many players that had reached level 40 had to continue using level 35 equipment. Players who obtained even a piece of level 40 secret silver equipment were overjoyed. As for level 40 dark gold equipment, such items were even hard to find in Kingdom's auction houses. Hence, seeing level 40 dark gold equipment on display in the shops here was incredible. Only, the level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment were ridiculously expensive. Their prices were at least 3 times higher than the market price. It was obvious that these shops had no intentions of selling the items, only using them for promotion. Meanwhile, an 8-story tall guild hall dominated the center of the trade area. From the building's top floor, a player could gaze upon the city as if they were its emperor. In the guild hall's top floor hall, 9 Dragons Emperor read a report he had just received from a subordinate. The players next to this intense player felt an intense pressure weigh on their shoulders. They felt as if they had been submerged in water as they even struggled to breathe. 0 wing. 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes were icy as he read the report. Does Black Flame think he can afford my enmity just because he has Phoenix Rain backing him up? Not long ago, 0 Wing had utterly destroyed both of the towns under Crimson Castle's control. Although most players didn't know that he, in fact, controlled both of the towns from the shadows, the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were fully aware of the fact. Destroying these resource towns was the equivalent of a slap to the face. Yet, 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't do anything about it. Both towns had belonged to him personally, not his guild. If he tried to mobilize the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power against 0 Wing, Phoenix Rain would certainly get in his way, but sending his personal forces against the offending guild was dangerous. 0 Wing was no longer a monster to be taken lightly. Without the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundations, neither the intermediate mana pulse cannons nor the movement-type defensive magic array would be easy to deal with. The guild had items that could cope with 0 Wing's war weapons, but they were under the Great Pavilion Master's control. Unless he became the next Great Pavilion Master, he wouldn't have access to these items. Marshal, tell Beast Emperor that I accept his offer, but I have one condition. He must help us destroy 0 Wing. 9 Dragons Emperor instructed his general in a frosty tone. Pavilion Master, if you agree to Beast Emperor's conditions, It will likely affect the situation at Black Dragon City. On the off chance that the Great Pavilion Master investigates the matter, Martial Dragon could not help his surprise to hear the order. It doesn't matter. Beast Emperor needs some more time to deal with issues on his side. By the time he's ready, the contest on Thunder Island will be over. By then, I could be the Great Pavilion Master. Who could possibly stand in my way? Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling confidently. All right, enough. Just pass my answer on to that old man. Understood. Martial Dragon immediately left the hall. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in black robes and bandages was in the middle of a ceremony in a canyon surrounded by evil energy. As he led the ritual, the mana density around the man was several times higher than when Stone Forest Town's obelisk had activated. Flame Blood, whose skin had turned dark gray, suddenly approached the black-clad man. Temple Master, we just received a message from 9 Dragon Emperor's men. The Dragon Pavilion Master has agreed to our conditions. However, in return, he wants us to eliminate Zero Wing, Flame Blood said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Beast Emperor stopped chanting when he heard the news. He continued, I will gladly accept this condition. Tell 9 Dragons Emperor that, as long as I complete my quest, neither Zero Wing nor his rival, Phoenix Rain, will be a problem. He already bore a deep-seated hatred for Zero Wing. Due to Black Flame, not only had his evil demon army suffered a massive loss, but he had also lost an evil god's apostle slot. If given the opportunity, he'd make the guild pay. Only, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to infuriate 9 Dragons Emperor to such a degree. Despite his numerous attempts to ally with 9 Dragons Emperor, the man had refused his offers. The refusals put in him a bit of a predicament. Although he was an evil god's envoy, he hadn't accumulated enough power to be a threat to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing would inevitably lend him a hand. With Heaven's Burial helping him in Star Moon Kingdom and 9 Dragons Emperor supporting him in the Black Dragon Empire, he now had over a 70% chance of completing the quest he had received from the Evil God's Temple's Great Temple Master. Meanwhile, Lake Heart City's main street was quite lively. It was no less active than Black Dragon City's trade area. This was all because Zero Wing had destroyed Crimson Castle's 2 guild towns. This thorough and spectacular victory proved Zero Wing's prowess to every player in the city. It was obvious that given enough time, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire would grow to stand on equal footing with, or even surpass, the Empire's first-rate guilds, becoming the second most powerful guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Many independent players and experts in the Empire had rushed to Lake Heart City in hopes of joining Zero Wing and its prosperous future. Even some of the Empire's well-known adventurer teams wanted to join the guild. Not only was the guild frighteningly powerful, but it also had the battle arena in Stone Forest Town. At this point, due to the ranking competition's results, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become famous throughout the Black Dragon Empire. According to the statistics some players had compiled, the public had discovered that many of the Empire's top-ranking experts had trained in the battle arena. To be precise, they had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms. The Advanced Combat Room was a sacred training grounds that all expert players dreamed of accessing. Among the players that had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon had displayed the greatest improvements to their combat standards. During the previous ranking competition, Remnant Cloud had only risen to the top 100 of his class, yet he had ranked among the top 50 in the latest competition. Furthermore, this last ranking competition had included far more powerful experts than those in the past. Many of the previous top 100 experts didn't even make it into the top 200. Graceful Moon's performance had also been surprising, ranking among the top 100 of her class. Due to these two players' performances, Stone Forest Town's popularity in the Black Dragon Empire had skyrocketed despite Zero Wing's lack of effort to promote the town. As Feng strolled down Lake Heart City's main street, he wore a new appearance thanks to the demon mask. With his Nightwalker's cape's concealment, not even high-tiered NPCs he had encountered before should be able to recognize him. During his previous visit to Countess Katie Green's mansion, the Countess had thrown him into a trial of God. Now that he had the Nightwalker cape, he should be able to visit the Countess again. As Feng approached the Countess's mansion, the golden stigmata's pulsing grew more intense. It reached a peak when he finally stood before the building. She shouldn't be able to notice it, right? Taking a deep breath, Xueqi stepped through the mansion's main entrance. Chapter 1440. Tier 5 Sacred Magic Night. Sir, this is the Countess's mansion. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. As soon as Xueqi set foot in the compound, an elderly man in a black suit appeared before him. Outsiders are prohibited? Xueqi was curious as he looked at the old man. Milton, Countess's steward. Human. Level 140. HP 55, 000, 000/55, 000, 000. Although this was a countess's mansion, Countess Katie Green was the proprietress of many of the Empire's black market shops. She often had business with many NPC merchants. Hence, she never restricted entry to her mansion. He hadn't encountered a single servant during his previous visit, yet entry was now restricted. It was clear that the Countess had grown cautious. If he did not deal with this situation properly, he might further agitate the Countess. She might even move her base of operations elsewhere. Fortunately, he had the Nightwalker's cape. The Countess wouldn't easily see through his disguise. Hello. I've heard that the Countess is interested in mana stones. I have quite a few on hand. May I know if I can speak with her ladyship? Xueqi said as he revealed his Demon Hunter title. The Demon Hunter title granted him the authority of a world noble. As such, he enjoyed the status of a noble throughout all of God's domain's human territories. With this title, he could even gain access to a duke's home. So, you are Lord Demon Hunter. Please, follow me. Milton immediately adopted a respectful attitude upon seeing Xueqi's title. The old man then led Xueqi into the mansion. In the past, Countess Katie Green had been quite famous in the Black Dragon Empire. There were two reasons for her renown. The first reason was Countess Katie Green's ownership of the black market in Black Dragon Empire's Abyss City. Abyss City was like Star Moon Kingdom's Evernight City in that it was also a dark city. Countess Katie Green's black market shop in the city offered players a variety of high-quality items, some of which could even tempt super guilds. However, it was not easy to purchase the items from this shop. To gain access, one first needed sufficient favorability with the Countess. Players would only be able to purchase items after becoming members of the shop. Meanwhile, the shop didn't accept coins or magic crystals as payment. Rather, one had to haggle and offer items of equal value. The second and most important reason for the Countess's fame in the Empire was related to her stock of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly rare. Normally, players only had a chance of obtaining a few grains from super large-scale team dungeons. Depending on the dungeon's difficulty, the drop rate would vary. However, even normal mode super large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. These dungeons were generally reserved for large guilds and a small number of well-known and top adventurer teams. Due to its rarity and many uses, temporal sand was an extremely valuable commodity. Normally, the various large guilds reserved it as a strategic resource. Fortunately, one could purchase temporal sand from Countess Katie Green, but there was a limit of 100 grains per day. As for the exchange rate, a single grain of temporal sand cost 1 mana stone. This price was a testament to the grain's value. When players had realized this in the past, it had caused a commotion that had shaken God's domain. Eventually, though, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had monopolized this privilege. Since no one knew about temporal sand yet, this was a good opportunity for Xueqi to build up his stock. Luckily, he had accumulated quite a few mana stones thus far. As for the 7 treasures, he would cautiously investigate the matter. After all, as a countess in the Black Dragon Empire, her status was extraordinary. The Countess was a more powerful individual than he was. Naturally, one couldn't just open a shop in Abyss City without enough strength. Countess Katie Green was capable of rivaling Weissman, White River City's magistrate. Her combat power was at the peak of Tier 4. A measly Tier 2 player like Xueqi had no chance against the woman. A short moment later, under Milton's lead, Xueqi arrived before a quiet, elegant indoor garden on the mansion's 3rd floor. A beautiful woman in a luxurious crimson dress relaxed in the garden's center. She sipped from a teacup as she read an ancient tome. The woman gave off a peaceful aura. As the aura swept over him, Xueqi felt as if nature itself had embraced him. The feeling was intoxicating. Why is she so strong? Xueqi stared at Countess Katie Green in shock. He had met the Countess many times in his previous life. However, the Countess had always been a level 180, Tier 4 Sky Knight. Now, however, her statistics revealed that she was a level 180, Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference was like heaven and earth. If a Tier 4 NPC could dominate and protect a major NPC city, then a Tier 5 NPC could move through a kingdom's capital unhindered. A Tier 5 NPC was an absolute overlord. Normally, one only encountered such existences in imperial capitals. Encountering one in other major NPC cities would rely entirely on luck. Yet, this Countess had become one such mythical powerhouse. When Xueqi thought about the 7 treasures fragment in this woman's hands, a hint of despair gripped his heart. Even if he became a level 180, Tier 5 player, he still couldn't defeat the Countess, much less at level 57. NPCs and players were on different levels. NPCs had a far more difficult time reaching new tiers. When they succeeded, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, the higher the tier they reached, the more strength they would acquire. Right now, well-equipped Tier 2 players might be capable of defeating an ordinary Tier 2 NPC of the same level. However, after reaching Tier 4, only peak experts and above could face Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, a peak expert must be equipped with at least 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items to have a chance. Otherwise, fighting one-on-one with a Tier 4 NPC would be suicidal. Unlike players, NPCs had an easier time obtaining top-tier equipment. Players had to struggle for every piece of epic equipment they wore, but NPCs could get what they needed as long as they had enough money. Tier 5 NPCs typically wielded at least one legendary item. If a Tier 5 player didn't have the same, they could never stand against an NPC of the same tier. Hence, Tier 5 players had usually formed parties to deal with a Tier 5 NPC. I hear that you have a lot of mana stones? Katie Green asked softly as she set her book down and turned to Xueqi. Yes, your ladyship. Xueqi nodded. At the same time, he celebrated the fact that he had obtained the Nightwalker's cape. Thanks to its effects, the Countess had failed to see through his disguise. She didn't seem to detect the golden stigmata's aura on him either. If he were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. How many do you have? Katie Green asked. If you have enough, I am willing to offer a generous trade. Xueqi was slightly confused to hear Katie Green's interest. He hadn't expected her to want mana stones so fervently. She had never shown such interest in the past. Could my previous visit have caused this change in her? The only explanation Xueqi could think of was the revelation of his identity as the War God's Temple's representative during his previous visit. After giving the matter some thought, he stated, I currently have 100 mana stones. Will that be enough? He had prepared the 100 mana stones to purchase the temporal sand. He hadn't brought any extra with him. It seemed as if he had blundered. 100? All right, what do you want for them? Katie Green nodded, clearly satisfied with the amount. If you don't know what items you're looking for, I can offer a few valuables for you to consider. Of course, I will only accept mana stones for these items. Saying so, Katie Green gestured with a hand. Suddenly, a stone table rose from the ground, covered in all sorts of dazzling items. Every item radiated a faint pressure. Chapter 1441. Treasure of Time. Xueqi was shocked when he saw the items on the table. In the past, the only item the Countess had offered for trade was the temporal sand, yet now she had offered over 10 items. Moreover, none of these items were any less valuable than the temporal sand. As expected of the proprietress of Abyss City's black market shop, she even has an item like this. Xueqi's gaze couldn't help but drift to a leaf of lambskin parchment. Although the temporal sand was very valuable, players could obtain it from other sources. However, encountering the lambskin parchment on the table depended on luck. This parchment was none other than the magic thruster design. The various large guild would go crazy over this item. The magic thruster was capable of increasing a ship's movement speed by 30%. To naval players, this item was a godsend. Unlike on land, There were far fewer teleportation points available out at sea. If players wished to travel to a particular island to level, they generally had to travel by boat. A 30% increase to movement speed would undoubtedly save players a lot of travel time. Moreover, there were many sea monsters in the ocean. If an ordinary boat encountered a boss-grade sea monster, escape was practically impossible. With the magic thruster, however, even an ordinary boat had a high chance of getting away safely. Players were even more likely to escape if they had an ordinary speedboat or better. Hence, magic thrusters were highly sought after. Even players with cheap ships would be desperate for one. The magic thruster's only drawback was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear after being used for a certain amount of time. Moreover, depending on how much mana it uses, the magic thruster's duration would differ. The smaller a ship was, the less mana it would cost to enhance its movement speed and vice versa. As an example, on an ordinary speedboat, the magic thruster could last for 48 hours. However, the magic thruster was not cheap. Even once the price had stabilized on the market, each thruster had sold for 1 gold, 50 silver in the past. It wasn't an item ordinary players could afford. Generally, only powerful adventurer teams and guilds had purchased the item to augment their high-quality ships. With the speed boost, they could travel to more dangerous locations and reap greater rewards. Xueqi had never thought that Countess Katie Green would willingly offer such a precious design for exchange. Only, the price was slightly high. The Countess wanted 1,000 mana stones for the design. Even though Xueqi could synthesize mana stones with the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't a cheap endeavor. Each mana stone required 50 magic crystals. In other words, that design would cost him 50,000 magic crystals. Although he had accumulated quite a sum recently, he had spent a lot of his crystals during the fight against Crimson Castle. After taking into account his personal expenditures, he only had enough magic crystals to purchase 2 designs. For a moment, Xueqi wasn't sure what to do. Magic crystals were invaluable to Zero Wing. Without them, its war weapons would be useless. If he spent all of the guild's reserves to purchase the magic thruster designs, he would regret the decision should the guild come under attack. Oh right, I have another item for sale. Seeing Xueqi's hesitation, Katie Green smiled. She then retrieved a dark gray bracelet and placed it on the table. I happened to come across this treasure by chance. However, it's no longer useful to me. If you can afford it, this item can be yours. Xueqi was stunned when he saw the dark gray bracelet. The bracelet looked ordinary, like nothing more than a string of dark gray beads. However, the golden stigmata indicated that it was one of the 7 treasures. Unfortunately, due to severe damage, it was only an epic item. Bracelet of Time, epic rank item. This bracelet had once possessed the frightening power of time. Unfortunately, it has sustained heavy damage. Additional active skill dash. Temporal Sand. Can produce temporal sand by absorbing mana stones. No cooldown. Each mana stone produces 2 grains of temporal sand. After sustaining damage and being tainted by evil energy, the evil energy within will taint the item's wearer as well. Drops on death. This is one of the 7 treasures? Xueqi stared at the Bracelet of Time in shock. Although mana stones were expensive and difficult to obtain, temporal sand was far more valuable. It also had far more uses. Practically every lifestyle class could use it. Meanwhile, by using the Bracelet of Time, one only needed to invest 1 mana stone to obtain 2 temporal sand grains. It was certainly a profitable exchange. He had always wondered how the Countess got her hands on so much temporal sand. It turned out that it was thanks to one of the 7 treasures. However, it seemed that his previous visit had interrupted Katie Green's plans, forcing the Countess to collect a large number of mana stones and convert them into temporal sand as quickly as possible. However, the Countess's asking price was exorbitant. She wanted for 100,000 mana stones for the bracelet. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, synthesizing 100,000 mana stones would cost him 5 million mana stones. With Zero Wing's current net income, it would take months to save up that many magic crystals. As for stealing the Bracelet of Time, even if Xueqi had 100 lives, he would not dare do so. Countess, may I know if I can trade mana stones for these items if I visit you in the future? Xueqi asked. If Countess Katie Green had only offered this Bracelet of Time on a whim, it would be out of his hands. If she were selling it long-term, however, he would have a chance to purchase it. As long as he obtained the manatite vein on Karna Island and maintained his hold on the rapidly developing stone forest town, he could collect 5 million magic crystals given enough time. He was only afraid that the Countess's offer was a one-time chance. Hearing Xueqi's question, Katie Green fell silent for a moment. Following which, she replied, "The other items will be available in the future, but I don't want to hold on to this bracelet for long. I am prepared to sell it on the black market to the highest bidder in a month. If you can gather 100,000 mana stones before the auction, I'll sell it to you instead." "A month, huh?" Xueqi frowned. Although it was good news that the Countess wasn't only offering the bracelet right now, the time limit wasn't. Aside from giants like super guilds, collecting 5 million magic crystals in a month was a dream. The various large guilds spent a large amount of magic crystals every day. Even powerful first-rate guilds could only save 4 or 5,000 crystals per day. Unless he could save up around 170,000 magic crystals each day, gathering 5 million in 1 month would be impossible. As Xueqi racked his brain for a solution, Katie Green smiled and said, "If you are interested in the Bracelet of Time, I can give it to you even if you don't have 100,000 mana stones. You see, I've recently encountered a little trouble. If you help me deal with this problem, I am willing to offer the bracelet as compensation." Chapter 1442. Another method. "I just need to help you with this problem." Xueqi gave the Countess a confused look. He hadn't expected another option to be available. Honestly, even a super guild would be hard-pressed to collect 5 million magic crystals within a month. Even with the manatite vein, it would be a challenge. Sadly, it'd be impossible to obtain 100,000 mana stones any other way. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to have a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Without the Philosopher's Stone, a guild's main source of mana stones would be bosses in 100-man dungeons. Having their alchemists synthesize mana stones would be impractical, as well. Doing so would even bankrupt a super guild. That's right. I need someone to help me retrieve an item. However, the item is in a somewhat special location. The higher a visitor's tier is, the more dangerous the location is. Since you are only tier 2, you should have a chance of securing the item, Katie Green said, nodding. Suddenly, however, she chuckled softly and said, "But before you go, you'll have to pass a test of strength." "Countess, I am willing to give it a try." Xueqi agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Naturally, he couldn't afford to turn it down. Besides, the quest was far more reliable than affording the unrealistic price of 5 million magic crystals. Throughout their conversation, Xueqi had understood one thing. The later he discovered Countess Katie Green's ownership of the Bracelet of Time, the harder it would be to obtain it. She had already stated that the quest would become more dangerous as one reached higher tiers, lowering the player's chances of success. "Good. Follow me." Katie Green then stood and walked towards a dark corridor in a corner of the indoor garden. The corridor was narrow, and the only light came from candles set in intervals. As they ventured further down the corridor, the air became colder. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, they arrived in an empty hall. A set of locked, steel doors loomed at the end of the room. The steel doors were entirely covered in frost. Even though Xueqi's ice resistance was high, he was still cold. If a player with lower ice resistance came here, they'd freeze to death. "Not bad. You've endured this far without my help. You have passed the first test." Katie Green nodded in approval when she noticed the cold barely affect Xueqi. "Your second test is next, a test of your combat power." As Katie Green spoke, a silver magic scroll appeared in her hands. She unfurled it and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a silver magic array appeared before the Countess, gathering the surrounding mana. A moment later, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature manifested in the middle of the array. This humanoid figure wore silver armor and carried a great sword that radiated frosty air. Unlike ordinary humans, dark green flames danced in the figure's eyes. Hell Knight, Undead, Great Lord. Level 57. HP 15, 000, 000/15, 000, 000. Kill this Hell Knight, and you will pass the second test, Katie Green said as she gestured towards the Hell Knight. System. You have accepted Katie Green's second test. Quest content. Clear the second test. Your reward will vary depending on your evaluation. Before Xueqi could even read the system notification, the Hell Knight roared and unsheathed the great sword from its back. It dashed straight for Xueqi, giving him no time to prepare. The Great Lord-ranked Hell Knight crossed the 20 yards separating them in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving before Xueqi, the Hell Knight brandished its great sword, the weapon transforming into 3 streaks of silver light as they flew towards the swordsman. The Hell Knight had completed the entire process as smoothly as flowing water. The Hell Knight moved like an expert with years of combat experience. There were no excess movements in its actions. High intelligence. Xueqi was surprised to see the sword lights moving towards him. He had assumed that he'd have to face a weakened Great Lord, but the Hell Knight's combat techniques were clearly superior to ordinary Great Lords. The Great Lord had obviously reached the half-step refinement realm standard. In response, Xueqi countered with Killing Ray. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks scattered as a series of clangs echoed throughout the empty hall. Xueqi was forced back by 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, 3 damages of over -1,500 appeared above his head. In contrast, the Hell Knight remained unharmed. Xueqi's counterattack had only paused the Great Lord's attack. After the initial clash, Xueqi knew that he was no match for the Hell Knight's strength. In fact, there was a large gap between them. What power! Xueqi began to take this fight seriously as the Hell Knight charged towards him once again. He immediately executed void steps, vanishing. Although Xueqi had only clashed with the Hell Knight for a moment, he had gained a rough prediction of the monster's standards. Not only did the Hell Knight have the strength of a Grand Lord, but its reactions and speed also ranked near the top among Great Lords of the same level. If not for his 3 fragmented legendary items, it would have already killed him. Not a bad technique. Unfortunately, it is useless against the Hell Knight. When Xueqi had disappeared, Katie Green had been slightly surprised. However, she shook her head and chuckled. The Hell Knight wasn't a living being, and although it could see, it could also rely on its ability to detect living beings during a fight. Even if Xueqi's footwork technique removed him from his opponent's sight, he couldn't erase his aura as a living creature. Unless he entered a different space entirely, the Hell Knight could keep track of him. Indeed, even after Xueqi had vanished, the Hell Knight showed no signs of hesitation. The massive creature thrust its great sword into the ground. Suddenly, dozens of ice swords rained down from above, targeting a seemingly unoccupied location. Pang, pang, pang. Before the ice swords struck the ground, their trajectories diverted as if they had encountered an invisible wall. At the same time, Xueqi reappeared. Each ice sword carried 100% of the Hell Knight's strength. As a result, Xueqi lost a little bit of his HP each time he deflected an ice sword. In less than a second, he had lost over 20,000 HP. While Xueqi dealt with the descending ice swords, the Hell Knight pulled its weapon from the ground and ran at the swordsman. As it reached Xueqi, it swung its great sword skillfully, matching the timing of its swings with the final 8 ice swords. Each of the monster's swings targeted Xueqi's blind spots. This must be his limit. Not bad. His score should be above 70. Seeing Xueqi's HP near 0, Katie Green prepared to cast a buff. There was no doubt that the Hell Knight was strong. Even a peak, Tier 3 NPC of the same level would struggle in a fight against it, much less a Tier 2 player. She hadn't wanted to lend Xueqi a hand until now because she wanted to see how long the player would hold his ground against the Great Lord. As for her requirement for killing the Hell Knight, she had merely said that to ensure that Xueqi would fight with everything he had. Actually killing the Hell Knight would take a miracle. After all, the Hell Knight was an advanced combat servant she had obtained after plenty of trials. Every Count and Countess in the Black Dragon Empire longed for one themselves, but only she had control of an advanced combat servant. Just before Katie Green stopped the battle, a blue light flashed before the Hell Knight's descending greatsword. Suddenly, the Hell Knight flew through the air. Its remaining 8 ice swords shattered instantly. Golden, divine runes wrapped around Xueqi's entire body, and his aura had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. This was none other than the heavenly dragon's power. Feng hadn't intended to use Heavenly Dragon's power so soon, but the Hell Knight was far more powerful than he had expected. If he continued to hold back, he would only get himself killed. Alright, let's begin the second round. Feng shifted his gaze towards the Hell Knight, which had finally regained its footing, and advanced. Chapter 1443. Advanced Combat Servant. After upgrading Heavenly Dragon's breath, not only did Heavenly Dragon's power increase Feng's strength, but it also increased his agility. Feng reached the Hell Knight almost instantly, brandishing Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray as he executed Sword's Orbit. A galaxy of stars glittered around Feng, intertwining as they bombarded the Great Lord, which had just gotten back on its feet. Although the Hell Knight's combat standards were at the half-step refinement realm, it was a child in Feng's eyes. He easily grasped the monster's blind spots and attack trajectories. Feng could have easily dodged the Hell Knight's attacks, but he had chosen to repulse them instead. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength was slightly higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Hence, he was stronger than the Hell Knight. If he chose to dodge the incoming attacks, he would only reduce his opportunities to deal damage. Boom, boom, boom. One sword light after another clashed with the Hell Knight's great sword, the resulting impacts forcing the Great Lord back and preventing it from stabilizing its posture. After 6 consecutive attacks, the Hell Knight lost its grip on its weapon as the great sword flew from the monster's hands. Die! Feng activated Flame Burst, a blinding glow enveloping his blades. He assaulted the defenseless Hell Knight with a series of devastating blows. Minus 164,878. Minus 331,478. Minus 332,015. All 15 attacks found their marks, causing the Great Lord's HP decrease at a tremendous rate. In an instant, the Hell Knight had lost 20% of its HP. Meanwhile, Flame Burst's terrifyingly destructive power sent the Hell Knight crashing into the frozen, steel doors, and they shuddered upon impact. Taking advantage of the Hell Knight's incapacitated state, Feng hurriedly activated Lightning Edge. He couldn't normally use the attack in a high-speed battle due to Lightning Edge's 0.5-second channeling time, but the injured Hell Knight had collapsed to the ground. He had more than enough time to activate the skill. Numerous silver sword lights danced before Feng, forming a silver river that flowed towards the Hell Knight. Minus 244,678. Minus 243,167. Lightning Edge's powerful assault incapacitated the Hell Knight once more. The Great Lord was defenseless as the countless sword lights bit into its flesh. After 5 seconds, the Hell Knight only had 2/3 of its HP remaining. Despite dealing 2 successful blows, Feng had no intentions on relaxing his offense. The moment Lightning Edge ended, Feng appeared before the Hell Knight and swung the Abyssal Blade down towards the Great Lord. However, the Hell Knight quickly responded. At a critical moment, it reclaimed its great sword and used it as a shield, blocking Feng's blade. Unfortunately, while it had held off the Abyssal Blade, it couldn't do anything about the 9 sword shadows that had appeared around it. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Blade. In the end, all 9 shadows carved into the Hell Knight, devouring the Great Lord's HP at a rate visible to the naked eye. He's overwhelmed it. Surprise flashed in Countess Katie Green's eyes as she watched Feng dominate her Hell Knight. She had never thought that a mere Tier 2 player of the same level could surpass her advanced combat servant. Not even she could have done so when she had been Tier 2. Soloing a Great Lord of the same level was difficult for a Tier 2 class. Great Lord's HP was simply too high. These monsters' battle recovery alone was enough to overwhelm a Tier 2 player. However, Katie Green didn't recognize Feng for the monster he was. Despite only being a Tier 2 player, Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. Although none of them were weapons, their overall effects were astonishing. Moreover, the Hell Knight wasn't actually a Great Lord of the same level. After all, it only had 15 million HP. An ordinary level 57 Great Lord should have at least 40 million HP. If not for the Hell Knight's strength and high combat standards, Xueqi could have easily defeated it without a berserk skill. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, suppressing the Hell Knight was a piece of cake. Interesting. Truly interesting. He had held back so much of his strength. Katie Green's lips curled into a smile as she watched Xueqi shave off the Hell Knight's HP. However, I'm afraid that the unstable power of a berserk skill isn't enough to defeat my Hell Knight. When the Hell Knight's HP fell to 30%, it released a sudden and deafening roar. Its silver armor shattered, causing such a powerful shockwave that even Xueqi had to step back. As the silver armor fell away, it revealed the Hell Knight's crimson skin. Xueqi also noticed dark blue divine runes all over the Hell Knight's tough hide, radiating a daunting pressure. The green flames in the monster's eyes also turned dark blue, its chilling gaze causing Xueqi to shudder. It's gone berserk? Xueqi went on the defensive as he watched the Great Lord transform. This monster was like a completely different being compared to the Hell Knight from a second ago. Berserk. Katie Green smiled. Shaking her head, she said, "This is not some kind of berserk mode. It is merely liberating its power. I specifically make the creature wear the armor to suppress most of its power." Advanced combat servants weren't like monsters and puppets. They fought their way to victory in the black market's death arena. Servants that won 20 consecutive matches in the arena became basic combat servants, while those that won 50 consecutive matches were intermediate combat servants. A combat servant would only rise to advanced rank after winning 100 consecutive matches. Hence, combat servants were generally stronger than beings of the same tier. Needless to say, a Tier 3 advanced combat servant was extraordinarily powerful. This was why the other counts and countesses in the Black Dragon Empire wanted their own advanced combat servant. However, advanced combat servants were incredibly expensive. Everyone was a combat genius. Most nobles couldn't afford one. They generally settled for a few intermediate combat servants. After the Hell Knight removed its armor, its attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. Its rank had also increased from Great Lord to Grand Lord. Without the armor, the Hell Knight's mobility increased as well. Now, its combat standards had reached the refinement realm. I wonder how long you'll last against it. Katie Green chuckled. So far, Xueqi had displayed more strength than she had expected. He had earned 100 points in his evaluation just by forcing the Hell Knight to abandon its armor. However, this had only fed the Countess's curiosity, and she wanted to see how far this player could go. So, this is the test to obtain one of the 7 treasures? Xueqi could not help his bitter smile as he watched the Hell Knight slowly approach. Having the power to solo a Grand Lord of the same level was ridiculous. Moreover, this Grand Lord's combat standards were on par with refinement realm experts. When the Hell Knight raised its great sword, Xueqi took in a deep breath. Come! Shouting, Xueqi activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation, his attributes skyrocketing once more. He then swung the Abyssal Blade to meet the incoming greatsword. When the two weapons collided, sparks illuminated the dark hall. The resulting shockwave sent dust and debris into the air. What? The Countess's mouth twitched when Xueqi blocked the Hell Knight's attack. He was still holding back. After the clash, the Hell Knight was forced to take 5 steps backward. In contrast, Xueqi hadn't moved an inch. He then dashed at the Grand Lord. Although Xueqi's strength wasn't as high as mythic monsters of the same level after activating twofold Berserk, he wasn't far from it. The Hell Knight, which was only a Grand Lord, was no match for him. Without using any skills, Xueqi effortlessly broke through the Hell Knight's defenses with only sword's orbit. As slash after slash split the Hell Knight's iron-like skin, the monster's HP plummeted. When only 1% of the Hell Knight's HP remained, a golden light enveloped the monster. The Hell Knight transformed into a stream of blue smoke that flowed back into the magic scroll in Katie Green's hands. System. Congratulations! You have completed Katie Green's second test. Chapter 1444. Rewards of SSS-rank evaluation. Following the system notification of the test's completion, Xueqi received another system notification. System. Test evaluation. 200 points. Test evaluation rank. SSS rank. Rewarding 20 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, 300 million EXP, and Countess Katie Green's favorability increased by 30 points. It's just a test, yet it awarded so many legacy skill points? The system notification astonished Xueqi. Generally, players were lucky to get 1 or 2 legacy skill points after completing a high-rank hidden quest, yet he had received 5 points after qualifying for the quest. One could easily imagine the bountiful rewards from the quest itself. To think you would actually defeat my Hell Knight. You really are a shocking adventurer, Katie Green, who stood some distance away, said with satisfaction. I'm even more confident that you can get the item for me. Since you've passed my test, take this as a gift. Saying so, the Countess revealed a blue gemstone with a chilling aura. The moment this gemstone appeared, the already chilly temperature dropped further. The surrounding mana gathered to the stone in a frenzy, forming a vortex. Is that the Azure Source Stone? Xueqi exclaimed when he saw the mesmerizing gemstone in Katie Green's hand. God's domain had many kinds of attribute gemstones. However, the attribute source stones were a rank above. Attribute source stones were worth thousands of gold, but unlike attribute gemstones, players could only equip one of each kind of source stone. Although attribute gemstones only increased a specific attribute source stones could increase 2 or more. Take the Azure Source Stone for example. Not only did it increase physique by 5% when equipped, but it also increased ice resistance by 20%. An Azure Source Stone could have easily gone for 6,000 or 7,000 gold in the past, but only a fool would sell one. Normally, one would have traded an Azure Source Stone for a piece of epic equipment with high attributes. It is indeed. Moreover, it's an intermediate Azure Source Stone, Katie Green said, nodding. With this item, you'll have an easier time fetching my item. You don't have enough ice resistance right now to survive the area. An intermediate Azure Source Stone? Xueqi could not believe that Katie Green was actually so generous. Attribute Source Stones were divided into 4 ranks: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Peak. Basic Attribute Source Stones alone were incredibly valuable. In the past, a top-tier expert would be lucky to equip 1 or 2 basic attribute source stones. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shadow had only acquired a single intermediate attribute source stone. Unlike gemstones, one couldn't increase an attribute source stone's rank by synthesizing lower-ranked stones. These treasures could only be obtained from Grade 1 Forbidden Lands. As for basic attribute source stones, they could be found in Grade 2 Forbidden Lands. Though, only dark gold treasure chests and mythic-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Yet, Katie Green was generous enough to give him an Azure Source Stone. Intermediate Azure Source Stone. Only one can be equipped at a time. Equipment requirement. Level 50. All attributes plus 120. Increases physique by 8%. Increases ice resistance by 30%. The attribute bonus from one Azure Source Stone was already higher than that of top-tier, level 50, dark gold equipment. Furthermore, it boosted physique and ice resistance. After receiving the intermediate Azure Source Stone, he replaced one of his Tier 3 strength gemstones without hesitation. What Xueqi didn't know was that the Countess had intended to give him the basic Azure Source Stone before he had surprised her with his performance. Not only had Xueqi's basic attributes increased after equipping the Source Stone, but his 5 senses sharpened as well. When he had first entered the hall, he had felt slightly cold, but now he didn't feel it at all. Very good. Now, I'll send you to the Ice Crystal World. Once you're there, collect 10 eternal ice crystals for me. Bring them back, and the Bracelet of Time is yours, Katie Green explained, nodding in approval as Xueqi relaxed, no longer affected by the room's temperature. System. You have accepted Countess Katie Green's epic-ranked main storyline quest, Ice Crystal World. Quest content. Collect 10 eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal World. Quest reward. Bracelet of Time. Why is this an epic-ranked main storyline quest? A frown pulled at Xueqi's lips when he read the system notification. Main storyline quests could significantly affect a kingdom or empire. These effects could be beneficial, but they could also be damaging. They were far more difficult than other quests of the same rank. Although the quest location wasn't a forbidden land on the God's Domain continent, the Ice Crystal World was a forbidden land. Only now did Xueqi understand why Katie Green had told him that the higher one's tier was, the more danger they would face in the quest location. The ice crystal world was a world of its own and highly opposed to visiting life forms. The stronger the life form was, the more rejection they would face. Upon entering the world, various aspects would attempt to suppress the newcomer. At the same time, foreign life forms entering this world would possess unique auras. Meanwhile, the stronger this aura was, the easier it would be to attract the old monsters of the ice crystal world. Not even Tier 5 NPCs were a match for those old monsters. Tier 6 gods weren't even allowed to enter. Alright, I'll open the teleportation gate now. I can only maintain the gate for 1 or 2 seconds, so you need to be fast. Otherwise, you'll have to wait another month before I can open the gate again, Katie Green warned Xueqi. In other words, Xueqi only had one opportunity to challenge her quest. If he failed, he would have to earn 5 million magic crystals to purchase the Bracelet of Time. I understand. Xueqi nodded. Inwardly though, he felt some contempt towards the Countess. Other players might not know what eternal ice crystals were, but he did. It was rumored that the eternal ice crystal contained eternal power. Eternal power was crucial in helping NPCs reaching Tier 6. In the past, many players with dark gold personal guards had only been able to upgrade their NPCs to Tier 5. It was due to the lack of eternal power that these guards had never crossed that final hurdle. Hence, items containing eternal power like the eternal ice crystal had been priceless in the past. One could only have traded rare materials or items of equal value for them. Yet, this woman wanted him to obtain eternal ice crystals from the ice crystal world. How could they possibly be that easy to acquire? Moreover, she wanted 10 of them. But Xueqi couldn't care less right now. Zero Wing simply wasn't equipped to collect 5 million magic crystals. He had no other choice. If he succeeded, he would obtain one of the 7 treasures, and with the golden stigmata, he could use the item better than Katie Green. Once Xueqi had prepared himself, Katie Green began to chant an incantation. Immediately, mana surged towards the shut, steel gates, slowly forcing them open. A stable, spatial tunnel formed beyond the open doors. Hurry! Katie Green shouted. Ignoring his weakened state, Xueqi activated Windwalk and jumped into the spatial tunnel, departing the icy hall. Chapter 1445. Ice Crystal World. Inside a snow-capped canyon, a party of 6 fought a level 48. High Lord-ranked Ice-toothed tiger. Ice-toothed tiger, elemental creature, High Lord. Level 48. HP 31, 000, 000/31, 000, 000. A level 45 shield warrior wielding a crimson longsword and aqua-blue buckler stood before this 5-meter-tall monster, and despite its size, it was powerless against the player. Regardless of how the ice-toothed tiger tried to attack the shield warrior, the latter blocked the blows and found gaps to strike, using his skills to deal 6,000 to 7,000 damage per hit. The shield warrior's party members were also quite capable. Not only were they all level 44 and above, but their skills and spells also dealt over -10,000 damage. Their normal attacks alone dealt over -3,000 damage. Everyone, the boss is almost dead. Increase your damage output. Make sure you dodge its AoE skill, the shield warrior named Solitary 9 said calmly as he blocked another of the ice-toothed tiger's attacks. Commander, relax. This isn't our first time killing an ice-toothed tiger. A level 44 white-clad summoner a short distance away scoffed. The rest of the party members nodded. When the ice-toothed tiger's HP reached 30%, its snow-white fur turned vermilion as it went berserk. Its size and attack speed increased as well. A moment later, icicles began to rain down from the sky, covering a 50-yard radius around the ice-toothed tiger. Seeing this, Solitary 9 shouted as he activated Shield Wall. He then skillfully dodged the descending icicles and focusing on defense. Despite the boost to the ice-toothed tiger's strength and speed, it still couldn't break through Solitary 9's defense. In the end, all of its attacks met the shield warrior's round shield, significantly reducing its damage. At the same time, the female druid in the back waved her dark green staff as she cast Healing Wind. Although the shield warrior was her main target, the rest of her party received a healing buff, gaining over 1,500 HP every second. This kept everyone's HP above a safe level. Every player in the party launched a fierce assault. As a result, the High Lord's HP decreased rapidly. From 30%, it very quickly dropped to 15%. When the High Lord's HP reached 10%, these players launched every skill they had. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger only had 2% of its HP remaining, several scorching flame spears flew in from a distance, striking the High Lord and devouring its remaining HP. As the Ice-Toothed Tiger collapsed, it dropped 5 items. Confused, the party members turned towards the flame spear's origin. A 20-man team stood in the snow some distance away. A male elementalist wielding a Tier 2 magic scroll seemed to be its leader. This elementalist smiled at the 6 party members. Featherwind, what is the meaning of this? Solitary 9 demanded with an ugly expression. What is the meaning of this? The elementalist named Featherwind chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I'm kill-stealing. What else would I be doing? Our guild leader admires you and has invited you and your adventurer team to join our matchless family. If you decline, the Aurora Sword adventure team will never again find any success in Cold Wind City. The female druid named Yenya growled from behind Solitary 9. You guys are going overboard. Since Big Brother Solitary has already determined that we won't get involved with the struggle between your guilds, we won't join either side. Because of Matchless Family's harassment, their adventurer team had ventured to this deserted area to level. Yet these people had followed them so far from Cold Wind City to steal their boss. Overboard. Featherwind laughed. Winner takes all in this place. Now that the competition over Cold Wind City has reached its peak, our guild leader will not allow any mishaps. Of course, our guild leader highly values experts like Brother 9. If Brother 9 joins our guild, he'll at least become the lead MT for one of our main forces. Yet our guild leader has waited for so long, and still Brother 9 refuses. Since we can't recruit you, we'll make sure no one can have you. This is your last invitation. Brother 9, will you join us or not? You. How can you do such a thing? Anxiety tightened Yenya's chest. The Matchless family was one of Cold Wind City's 2 large guilds. It had plenty of experts under its command. If it really decided to move against their Aurora Sword adventurer team, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother 9, before you answer, think this through carefully. Otherwise, the people around you might have some unexpected accidents. Who knows? If they're not careful, they might even fall back to level 0, Featherwind threatened, smiling. Yenya and the other party members' expressions darkened. Although they were strong, Matchless family had too many experts. If they were ambushed, they would definitely die. But they couldn't leave Cold Wind City. In the end, this merciless guild would pick them off. Aren't you afraid that we'll just join Centurion Dynasty? Solitary 9 asked, his tone as cold as the snow beneath his feet. One of Cold Wind City's 2 large guilds was Matchless family, while the other was Centurion Dynasty. It was due to the competition between these guilds for control of the city that the Aurora Sword suffered. You're free to join those bastards, of course, but don't think that you'll leave this place alive. As Featherwind finished speaking, he waves his hand. At the same time, he pulled an ancient pitch-black scroll, which radiated a heart-rending evil, from his bag. Suddenly, over 100 players from Matchless family began to appear around Solitary 9's party. These players had concealed their presence with a group invisibility scroll. However, the shield warrior was far more afraid of the magic scroll in Featherwind's hand than he was of the players surrounding them. To think you even prepared a dead soul scroll. You people from Matchless family think too highly of me, Solitary 9 said, smiling bitterly as he stared at the black scroll. The dead soul scroll was a special magic scroll that could curse a target player. If the player died within a certain amount of time, their death penalty would multiply, and they would lose between 3 and 5 levels. Most guilds saved the super rare scroll for important targets. Of course. I've already told you how important you are to our guild leader. As proof, he personally ordered me to use this scroll, Featherwind said, chuckling. Well, what is your decision, Brother 9? However, as Solitary 9 contemplated his options, a black vortex appeared in the sky above him. A black shadow shot down from the vortex, landing between the Aurora Sword Party and Matchless family's tyrants. This shadow was none other than Xueqi. This is the Ice Crystal world? Xueqi could not help but glance around him. Immediately, he discovered the players engaged in a confrontation. Every one of these players stared at him in shock. Although Xueqi had heard about the ice crystal world, he had never visited it. However, he wasn't surprised to find players here. After all, it wasn't unusual to find players in other worlds. Take the Dark Den for example. Despite being home to demons, many players lived there. What did surprise Xueqi with the players' levels? All of these players were at least level 44. There were even quite a few level 45 players. Who are you? Don't you realize that Matchless family is trying to conduct business here? Featherwind haughtily demanded. Chapter 1446. Instant Kill. Hearing Featherwind's question, Xueqi turned to look at the man. Although Featherwind was a level 45 elementalist, his equipment was ordinary for his level. Only half of his equipment consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment, while the other half consisted of level 40 fine gold equipment. As for the other level 44 players, only a small number possessed 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, while most didn't even have one. It was astounding to see. At this stage of the game, at least half of the equipment worn by the various large guilds experts should be level 40 dark gold rank. It wasn't even surprising to see an expert in a full set of dark gold equipment. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40, so the demand for better equipment wasn't that high yet. Could the drop rate for level 40 equipment be low here? Xueqi guessed. God's Domain had many other worlds. Generally, expert players started to encounter these worlds after reaching level 40. Each world had a different development model. In the Dark Den, for example, players used different playstyles from those in God's Domain. Leveling up must be easier in the Ice Crystal world. In return, though, the drop rate for equipment was lacking. Xueqi glanced around him again. Although he had just arrived, he easily inferred what was going on. Banditry was common everywhere, after all. Although large forces fighting over a measly level 48 High Lord were still considerably rare. Of course, Xueqi was more interested in the ice-toothed tiger's loot than he was in the situation before him. Not a single weapon or piece of equipment lay among the boss's loot. In fact, 4 of the 5 items that had dropped were materials, while the last was a Tier 2 magic scroll. Most players would curse their bad luck for such drops, but the High Lord's loot was shockingly attractive to a master forger like Xueqi. The 4 materials were extremely valuable, and the most valuable among them was the Arctic Manatite. This treasure was even difficult to obtain from a manatite vein. A single ingot of Arctic Manatite would have sold for over 50 gold in the past. It was a necessary material for producing epic ranked weapons with ice effects. Xueqi was also surprised to find that his weakened debuff from activating twofold Berserk was gone, though his Berserk skills were still on cooldown. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Featherwind's gaze turned frosty as he glared at Xueqi. He had only asked for the swordsman's identity due to his sudden appearance. Even with his observation skill, Xueqi's data listed as unknown. Since he was dealing with an unfamiliar player, he had mentioned his guild's name to gauge Xueqi's reaction. Matchless family was one of Cold Wind City's 2 major guilds. Everyone in the region recognized the name. The only power capable of competing with the guild was Centurion Dynasty. However, Xueqi seemed unaffected. The man even ignored him, Matchless family's vice guild leader. This was the first time he had encountered this situation since joining God's Domain. Let alone Solitary 9, Aurora Swords Commander, even Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, would not dare to disregard his existence. Is this guy a fool? Or is he scared senseless? He actually dares to ignore our vice guild leader? This guy is dead. After angering our vice guild leader, he'll probably have to delete his account. Matchless family's members watched Xueqi with ridicule and pity. They still remembered the adventurer team that had refused to leave their guild's leveling spot after Featherwind had warned them not to linger. In the end, Featherwind had led a force to slaughter the adventurer team over a dozen times. Those players had only lingered for about 10 seconds. Now, the mysterious man before them ignored Featherwind entirely. Not even the heavens could save him now. Suddenly, Solitary 9 sent Xueqi a whisper. Friend, you best reply to his question and get out of here. He is the vice guild leader of Matchless family. He can easily eliminate anyone in Cold Wind City. Cold Wind City? The Vice Guild leader of Matchless family? Xueqi turned to Featherwind in surprise. Hearing Solitary Nine's warning, he realized that this world wasn't like the Dark Denver. This world had NPC cities, and by the looks of it, this Matchless family guild seemed to rule over Cold Wind City. However, the fact that a large guild's vice guild leader wore such poor equipment shocked Xueqi. Even the upper echelons in Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds were fully geared in level 40 Dark Gold equipment, much less the vice guild leaders. It seemed that the equipment standards here were far more than a little inferior to those in God's domain. It's too late for you to realize your mistake. When Featherwind saw Xueqi's surprise, he sneered and said, "I'll bury you alongside Solitary Nine and the others." Saying so, Featherwind activated the Dead Soul Scroll. Suddenly, a magic array appeared above Xueqi and the party from Aurora Sword. They all felt an evil presence wrap around them, and a special debuff appeared in their status windows. Soul Lock. Death penalty multiplied. Effect will persist after player has died. Duration: 12 hours. The Dead Soul Scroll? Surprise flashed in Xueqi's eyes once again when he saw his status window. The Dead Soul Scroll was a super rare magic scroll and the best tool to destroy an enemy. Not only did the scroll lack side effects, but it was also an AoE, which made it impossible to dodge. If players died within the 12 hours, they would suffer a far more severe death penalty than normal. Meanwhile, the more times a player died during the debuff's duration, the heavier the penalty would become. Targets weren't even safe in NPC cities, and when they logged out of the game, the duration would pause until they logged back in. Only after 12 hours in God's domain would players be free of the debuff. Hence, the Dead Soul Scrolls were even as valuable as Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Most players avoid using them unless they had a deep hatred for their target. Friend, I truly apologize for this. I did not expect to drag you into my mess with Matchless family. I'll do my best to open a path for you. Try to escape, Solitary Nine hurriedly said. He then turned towards his teammates and said, "You guys have to try to get away too." He was a shield warrior. He could never escape so many players without some special tool. He could only help his allies get away. Commander! Big Brother Solitary? The other 5 party members worried for their commander. They were very familiar with Solitary Nine's strength. If he focused on getting away himself, he had some hope, but he had given that up to help them escape. Should Solitary Nine die, it would take a very long time to recover the lost EXP and equipment. Escape. Xueqi smiled and shook his head. He then slowly approached Featherwind. What is he trying to do? Yenya watched this newcomer in confusion. He's not trying to beg for mercy, is he? What a fool. That's Featherwind. If begging for mercy worked, he wouldn't have killed so many players in Cold Wind City. Aurora Sword's members were flabbergasted as they stared at Xueqi. Featherwind was well known for his ruthlessness in Cold Wind City. He was a vicious person that never accepted apologies. What? You want to beg for mercy? Featherwind sneered at Xueqi as the man moved closer. As everyone waited for the swordsman's reply, Xueqi vanished. Where is he? Featherwind searched his surroundings. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen a swordsman disappear like an assassin. In the next second, however, Xueqi reappeared beside Featherwind. Before anyone realized it, 2 sword lights blossomed on Featherwind's mage robes. The man's vision darkened as his lifeless body dropped to the ground. Chapter 1447. Monster-like mysterious expert. Silence dominated the area as every player stared at Featherwind's motionless corpse. Although Xueqi had not used any impressive techniques or skill, everyone was petrified. They even forgot to breathe. What just happened? The Vice Guild leader is dead. Just what did he do? Everything had happened so quickly that by the time they reacted, Featherwind, a top-tier expert and Matchless family's Vice Guild leader, was already dead. He died. This is impossible. That's Featherwind we're talking about. He might not rank among the top 10 in Cold Wind City, but he is still a top-tier expert in the top 20. How could an expert like that die so quickly? Even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, couldn't achieve such a feat. Could he be Lifeless Thorn? Lifeless Thorn is a berserker. That guy is a swordsman. There's no way he's Lifeless Thorn. Commander, do you know who that guy is? Even Aurora Swords members were astonished. One of Cold Wind City's top 20 experts had died in one hit. If news of this matter got out, it would shock everyone in the city. Solitary 9 stared at Xueqi in confusion, his mind spinning to figure which expert in Cold Wind City this man was. As for the possibility of Xueqi being from somewhere else, that was practically impossible. The only way in or out of the Cold Wind City region was through the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for players. Current players couldn't even enter the map, much less cross through it. This was why the city's players were so afraid of Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty. Should they provoke either power, their life in Cold Wind City would become a living hell or end completely. However, no matter how Solitary 9 racked his brain, he couldn't match any of the city's experts to Xueqi. Even Cleansing Whistle, the strongest swordsman in Cold Wind City, was only ranked 6th. Moreover, Cleansing Whistle was a woman, not a man, making it impossible for her to be the mysterious swordsman expert before him. I'm not sure either. But you should get ready. We'll use this opportunity to escape in a moment, Solitary 9 said in the team chat after pondering the situation for some time. Now that Featherwind was dead, the 100+ experts from Matchless Family had lost their commander. Hence, they had a high likelihood of escaping. Moreover, they had an expert like Xueqi to hold the line, which further increased their chances. Featherwind had over 30,000 HP. Although he was an elementalist, the fact that Xueqi had killed him without using skills meant that he could kill an MT of the same level with a handful of attacks. If Xueqi's attack speed was high enough, he could even finish off an MT before the enemy healers could react. As long as no one could pin the swordsman down, their party could safely retreat. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members snapped out of their daze. Their leader had died, yet they had stared blankly at the killer for so long. They all discarded their fear and pounced on Xueqi. Die! Brat, you're dead. You dare kill our vice guild leader. From today on, we'll hunt you to the end of the world. The Matchless Family's experts charged at Xueqi. They were so focused on killing the newcomer that they ignored Aurora Swords members. They all understood that if news of this reached Cold Wind City, they could kiss their lives goodbye. If they let Xueqi escape after killing Featherwind in front of them, what hope do they have of mingling in Cold Wind City? Fireballs, frost arrows, and arrows flew towards Xueqi from all directions. Watching from a distance, Solitary 9's expression darkened. Not even a shield warrior like himself could block so many attacks at a time. He'd be lucky to block 60 or 70% of the attacks. If dozens of attacks hit him at once, he'd only last a few seconds even with shield wall active. However, a galaxy of stars suddenly formed around Xueqi. These stars crushed the various spells and arrows as they came within 10 yards of the swordsman. It was as if the stars had formed a magic barrier around Xueqi. No matter how many attacks flew towards Xueqi, none of them hit their mark. In fact, the bombardment hadn't even reduced Xueqi's HP by a single point. What kind of skill is that? Every player watching was stupefied. Meanwhile, after Xueqi had deflected a volley, Matchless Family's dozens of melee players moved in to strike. Charge. Chop. Shadow Assault. Flame Slash. One skill after another collided with Xueqi's sword's orbit. Pang, pang, pang. The moment these melee players encountered sword's orbit, they were thrown backward like cannonballs. Some nearly lost their grip on their weapons from the powerful impact. Moreover, these melee players had lost a visible chunk of their HPs. Even the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors lost over 2,000 HP, and they had only received the damage from assaulting Xueqi with their shields. The other classes lost around 4,000 HP. 4,000 damage would even reduce an MT's HP by 1/10. How is this possible? Solitary 9 and his companions watched, dumbfounded. Don't be afraid of this trash. We have healers to recover our HP. I refuse to believe his skill can last forever. A member from Matchless Family shouted to his team. The other members nodded in response. They eyed Xueqi from the sidelines, waiting until the duration of whatever skill he was using came to an end. What? You don't want to play anymore? Xueqi shook his head and chuckled when he saw his opponent's hesitation. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He had simply focused on defense to get a better idea of these players' combat standards. He had only instant-killed Feather Wind to instill shock and fear into these players. Now that the enemy commander was dead, the remaining 100-plus experts were little more than test subjects to help him understand players' standards in the Ice Crystal world. Following which, Xueqi advanced and instantly appeared before a level 44 shield warrior, the sacred sword in his hand smoothly descending from an angle that the shield warrior couldn't evade. So fast. The shield warrior raised his shield in a panic. At the same time, his feet also unconsciously took a step back. The instant killing ray met the fine gold-ranked shield, it left a scar in the metal, and the resulting impact threw the player over a dozen yards away. The shield warrior's HP fell by over 2,400. Following which, Xueqi brandished his swords at the nearby MTs. Without exception, he sent every MT flying. Monster. He isn't a player. He's a monster. Matchless Family's members were petrified as they watched Xueqi toss about their MTs. Normally, they were lucky to land blocked attacks that dealt over -100 damage during duels with these MTs. Yet they received over -2,000 damage from Xueqi's attacks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the man's damage would be if they failed to block an attack. It seems the Ice Crystal World's players don't just have inferior equipment, but their combat standards are lower than players in God's domain as well. After clashing with Matchless Family's members several times, Xueqi gained a general understanding of these players' combat standards. Following which, he stabbed the Abyssal blade into the ground and glanced at the frightened players before him, saying, "My experiment is over. Let's start the real battle." Abyssal Curse. Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, a dark fog bound every player within 30 yards of Xueqi. As these players tried to activate their control removal skills, countless divine swords descended from above. Xueqi then followed up with Killing Ray's Summon Lightning, dealing 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius. In the blink of an eye, almost every player within Summon Lightning's range turned to ash and disappeared, leaving weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. Only a few MTs and the players who had fled the attack's radius had survived. Chapter 1448. Shocking Cold Wind City. Who is he? An expert like this guy was hidden in Cold Wind City all this time? The Aurora Swords party members, who had been about to flee, were stupefied by the scene before them. They had never seen such a massive gap between players' strength. Even Zerg tactics would crumble against Xueqi. A second ago, over 100 players from Matchless Family had Xueqi surrounded. Now, however, only a dozen or so players were still standing. These players were only alive because they had reacted quickly enough, activating their life-saving skills upon realizing the severity of the situation. Otherwise they, too, would have been electrocuted and turned to ash with their dead companions. Monster! Run! No one knew which player had shouted, but upon hearing the word run, every surviving Matchless Family member turned and fled as if a pistol had gone off to sign the start of some race. They all knew that if they fled as a group, none of them would get away, but Xueqi couldn't catch them all if they ran in different directions. However, contrary to expectations, Xueqi didn't immediately run after the feeling players. He simply sheathed his two swords and activated Chilling Field. Chilling Field covered a 50-yard radius. Upon activation, the skill enveloped every fleeing player. 9 dark gray swords appeared above the guild players. As Matchless Family's members focused on escape, they did not manage to react to the incoming attacks in time. As a result, the dark gray swords pierced their hearts with zero resistance, plundering the little HP they had remaining. After 2 waves of attacks, the last of Matchless Family's players transformed into particles of white light and disappeared, leaving only weapons and equipment in their places. Is he really a swordsman? Solitary 9 was thunderstruck as he watched the instantaneous slaughter. Among the dozen or so survivors, the closest had been 20 yards from Xueqi, while the farthest had been over 35 yards away, yet even from such a distance, Xueqi obliterated them effortlessly. With such attack capabilities, could anyone escape this man's wrath? Solitary 9's party members stared at Xueqi, shock and fear dancing in their eyes. Although they had encountered plenty of experts before, they had never felt so powerless before one. It had taken Xueqi only a few moves to wipe out over 100 experts from Matchless family. When they had first seen the swordsman, they hadn't thought much of him. However, chills crawled down their spines as they watched Xueqi calmly collect the loot littering the snowy ground. It was as if the thing walking towards them was some prehistoric beast, not a player. As Xueqi collected the dropped weapons and equipment, each item surprised him more than the last. Only a small fraction of the loot was system-made. Most of the weapons and equipment were crafted items. The lowest rank among these items was secret silver, while the highest quality items were dark gold rank. Every weapon and piece of equipment was level 40. Currently, even Zero Wing's prided candlelight trading firm could only mass-producing level 40 mysterious iron weapons and equipment. Only the top-ranking lifestyle players were capable of crafting level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, they could only craft a limited amount. One of the reasons for the low production volume was material rarity. Another reason was the low success rate, which resulted in high production costs. Rather than waste time trying to procure rare materials, most players simply purchased their weapons and equipment in the auction house. The fact that the majority of the weapons and equipment Matchless family's members had dropped were player-made was inconceivable. The development of weapon and equipment production on God's Domain's continent was already quite fast, yet it was nothing compared to Ice Crystal World. While Xueqi collected the scattered items, Solitary 9 took the initiative to approach the man. "Friend, thank you for earlier. If not for you, Matchless family's members would have killed us. I am Solitary 9, the commander of the Aurora Sword Adventurer team." Solitary 9 introduced himself. "If you have any problems in Coldwind City, please feel free to contact me." Although Aurora Sword wasn't one of Coldwind City's top adventurer teams, it was relatively well known. The team had over 100 members in total, and although they were strong enough to make major changes in the city, they could deal with minor issues. The other party members nodded eagerly. They both feared and revered Xueqi. If they spread the news about what had happened here, it would cause chaos in Coldwind City. Matchless family was a peerless organization in Coldwind City, yet Xueqi had slaughtered over 100 of its experts by himself. He was a monster-like existence. Countless players dreamed of befriending an expert like him. Coldwind City? After giving the matter some thought, Xueqi asked, "Can you tell me a little about the situation in Coldwind City?" He had practically no understanding of the ice crystal world, let alone any clues leading to eternal ice crystals. Now that Katie Green had sent him here, if he did not acquire the required eternal ice crystals within a month, he would have a far more difficult time obtaining the Bracelet of Time. The first thing he needed to do was learn about the situation here. Once he did, he'd have an easier time searching for the eternal ice crystals. "Tell you about Coldwind City?" Solitary 9 was taken aback. He quickly recovered from his surprise and asked, "Could it be that you're not a player from this region?" The others were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that unless one crossed the snow rift, it was impossible to leave or enter the Coldwind City region. "That's right. I'm not from this area." Xueqi nodded, feeling no particular need to hide the truth. After all, players in other worlds didn't always stay there. As they reached higher levels, the system would gradually integrate them into the rest of the game. Besides, it's not like they could do anything about his origin. Realization dawned Solitary 9 and the others. It was no wonder why they had never seen a monster like Xueqi in Coldwind City. However, Solitary 9 and his companions couldn't help their rueful sighs. Solitary 9 was one of the top 3 MTs in Coldwind City. He should rank near the top in other regions as well, but they had never imagined that other regions would have experts like this swordsman. It was easy to surmise that the expert standards in other regions were much higher than in Coldwind City. This revelation was a mental blow. At the same time though, they were eager to leave their city and explore other maps. Only, Solitary 9 and the others did not know that Xueqi was not from a different region in the Ice Crystal world. Rather, he had come from God's Domain's continent. Even in his home region, Xueqi only ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. Following which, Solitary 9 explained some basic details and the general situation in Coldwind City. Meanwhile, an uproar shook Coldwind City. Matchless Family's failed attempt to annihilate the Aurora Sword Adventurer team had already reached the public. Not only had the guild member failed to kill a single player from the group, but hundreds of its experts had also been eliminated by some passing swordsmen. Chapter 1449. Becoming Famous in Cold Wind City. Cold Wind City, Matchless Family's guild residence. Over a dozen upper echelons occupied the residence's meeting room and extraordinarily tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man on the guild leader's throne was the cause for this tension. This middle-aged man wore a suit of azure armor. Although he said nothing, the pressure he radiated chilled the room. Even a passing glance from this man felt like that of some ferocious beast. This middle-aged man was none other than Thundering Sky, Matchless Family's guild leader. In Cold Wind City, one word from him could easily decide whether a player lived or died. Right now, Thundering Sky's blood boiled with rage. Can someone tell me where this person came from? Thundering Sky frowned as he watched Shifeng's battle video. It's been so long since the incident, yet none of you know anything about him? Guild leader, we've launched a full investigation on the player. However, we have yet to uncover any information about him. One of the upper echelons answered, cold sweat chilling his forehead. Immediately after Featherwind died, the Elementalist had sent them an offline message, ordering them to focus all of their resources on investigating Xueqi. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing about the swordsman. It was as if the man had suddenly appeared. This player has already killed over 100 of our members, but we don't even know his name. Garbage! Every one of you! Thundering Sky bellowed. Continue searching. Mobilize everyone. I want this person found. Since he dares to disrespect Matchless Family, then he shouldn't even dream of surviving in Cold Wind City. Understood. Everyone nodded and notified the guild's members to search for the swordsman. For a time, every member of Matchless Family hunted for Xueqi, killing intent igniting their hearts. Centurion Dynasty also held a meeting to discuss the situation. Interesting. Truly interesting. That person actually annihilated Featherwind's expert team. I don't think even Lifeless Thorn could do that, Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, said, laughing as he watched Xueqi's battle video. Matchless Family had been humiliated. Not only had the guild failed to kill Solitary 9, but it had also lost over 100 experts. Most importantly, a single player was responsible for all 100+ deaths. This had dealt a huge blow to Matchless Family's reputation. After all, winning a 1-on-5 expert battle was impressive. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn should only be able to handle a dozen or so experts at a time. Yet, Xueqi had faced over 100 experts, and his victory had been overwhelming. Naturally, anyone who watched Xueqi's battle video would realize that the man was very powerful. However, those who had only heard about the massacre would assume that Matchless Family's experts were nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, a female elementalist in white mage robes asked, Guild leader, what should we do next? Since the Matchless Family wants to kill this player, we have to do the opposite, Sky Slicer said, laughing. Rain, find him. Tell him that the Centurion Dynasty would like to welcome him with open arms. What if he refuses? Swirling Rain asked. Refuses. Sky Slicer snorted. That's not an option. We're talking about Matchless Family. After all, even if he is strong as an individual, he can't take on the whole guild. He'll only be safe if he joins us. Understood. Swirling Rain then bowed and left the meeting room. Both of Cold Rain City's large guilds began their search for Xueqi. Meanwhile, the city's players were dumbfounded. What's going on? This person is awesome. Both large guilds are actually offering a high price for information about his whereabouts. Not even Lifeless Thorn has ever elicited such a reaction. There's no helping it. Although Lifeless Thorn doesn't belong to any guild, his adventurer team, Wave Heart, is a top adventurer team with over 3,000 members. It has over 300 experts. 3 of the city's top 10 experts belong to the adventurer team, as well. The guilds would have to weigh their options seriously before moving against Lifeless Thorn. That's right. This player is doomed. He killed so many of Matchless Family's players. The guild won't rest until they kill him back to level 0. Both guilds are offering such a high price. They're already offering 2 gold for any information about the man's current location. The independent players on Cold Wind City streets quietly discuss the new player, every one of them admiring Xueqi's courage. In Cold Wind City, no one, aside from Centurion Dynasty, dared to provoke Matchless Family. Independent players often resented the 2 large guilds. Unfortunately, since both guilds were so powerful, they had no choice but to endure their suffering. Hence, when they had heard the news of Xueqi slaughtering over 100 experts from Matchless Family, they quietly celebrated. As the city's players chatted about the recent events, 7 players arrived in the teleportation hall. These players were none other than Xueqi and the party from Aurora Sword. After Solitary 9 had offered a general explanation of Cold Wind City, Xueqi had decided to pay the city a visit. Hence, Solitary 9 had given Xueqi a few return scrolls for Cold Wind City so that he could return via teleportation alongside his people. Cold Wind City was the only NPC city in this particular zone. The city's player population exceeded 2 million, and each of the large guilds had over 100,000 members. It was why the 2 guilds were able to rule over Cold Wind City. If Xueqi wanted to find more information about the Eternal Ice Crystals, Cold Wind City's library was undoubtedly the best place to do so. All of God's Domain's libraries collected information about their home locations. As soon as Xueqi's group left the teleportation hall, gasps erupted from the players outside of the building. Crap! Isn't that the expert that killed the Matchless Family's experts? What? Does he not know that the guilds have mobilized their forces to find him? He must be insane. He actually ventured into the city. Does he think Matchless Family is afraid of attacking him within the city walls? That might be the case. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the guild. Some time ago, some guy had provoked a few of Matchless Family's members. In the end, they killed him over 10 times inside the city. The matter was only resolved after he paid the guild 10 gold and every weapon and piece of equipment he had. Quick! Notify Matchless Family. These players were stupefied as they watched Xueqi stroll down the street, admiring the scenery. From time to time, Xueqi even entered a shop to browse its merchandise. After so recently provoking Matchless Family, this man dared to show his face in Cold Wind City. From a certain perspective, Xueqi deserved to be called Cold Wind City's #1 player. Shortly after Xueqi's arrival, news reached both large guilds. What? He's shopping in the trade area. Are you sure? Sky Slicer could not help his shock upon hearing the latest report. I'm absolutely sure. I've compared his face to the person in the video, the assassin confirmed, nodding seriously. I'll head there immediately. Notify the main force members and tell them to gather in the trade area as soon as possible. Sky Slicer hurriedly instructed after digesting the information. Meanwhile, in Matchless Family's residence, when Thundering Sky received the news of Xueqi's appearance, he nearly shattered his desk. Daring bastard! After killing my subordinates, he still dares show his face. Notify every expert in the guild and tell them to hurry over. Halt all operations and quests temporarily. Thundering Sky bellowed. Chapter 1450. City of Crafters. Cold Wind City, Trade Area. Commander, more people are tailing us now. Matchless Families probably found out about our return already. Should we notify Big Brother Yifeng about? Yenya asked worriedly as she glanced at the players stalking them. News of the slaughter of Matchless Families members had already spread throughout the city. Yet, now, the main culprit boldly walked down the city streets without a care in the world. It was a slap in the face to the guild. Once the Matchless Families members arrived, they would not leave without a fight. Thousands of players from Matchless City resided in the city. Killing a single player would be child's play for the guild. Furthermore, their group still had the Soul Lock debuff. Solitary 9 nodded in response to Yenya's question. Based on his understanding of Matchless Family, the guild would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. It wouldn't hesitate to take action against Xueqi even in the city. Although he trusted in Xueqi's strength, Matchless Family had the home ground advantage. Regardless of how powerful the man was, he was at a disadvantage. Solitary 9 walked up to Shifeng and whispered, "Brother Yifeng, why don't we head to the library? I'm afraid that if we linger around here any longer, Matchless Family's members will find us. Dealing with them will be troublesome." Troublesome? Curious, Shifeng asked, do players have full power over the city? Solitary 9 hadn't gone into the management style in the Ice Crystal World's NPC cities. If these cities were like the Dark Den's shelters, where players had full authority to determine a city's rules, they would indeed have some trouble to deal with. That's not the case. Matchless Family just has a lot of members inside the city, Solitary 9 said, shaking his head. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Solitary 9's reply. He then pointed at the Cold Wind auction house a short distance away and said, "That's all right, then. I've already visited most of the shops, so let's make a trip to the auction house before we head to the library." This, Solitary 9 was speechless. The man even wondered if Shifeng understood what he meant by a lot of members. Cold Wind City was the Matchless Family's main headquarters. The guild could easily gather over 10,000 players at a moment's notice. Centurion Dynasty was the only existence capable of contending with the guild in the city. "Commander, what should we?" "Forget it. We'll just accompany him until the end. Hopefully, Thundering Sky can keep his cool and avoid doing anything rash." As Solitary 9 watched Shifeng leisurely approach the auction house, he struggled with various complex feelings. He could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, since Shifeng had saved his and his teammates' lives, he could not escape by himself. He could only pray that Matchless Family did not do anything too reckless. After all, they were currently standing in the heart of the city. Patrolling NPC guards were everywhere. If it really came down to a fight, Matchless Family would not have too much of an advantage, either. Upon entering the auction house's main hall, the sight of players hawking their items greeted Shifeng. Selling cheap, top-tier level 40 fine gold weapons. 10 gold per item. Get a 5% discount if you buy 2. Selling refined meteorite copper for 3 gold per stack. Selling frost steel ore for 1 gold per stack. The players selling items in the hall outnumbered the shopping players. The items these players were selling shocked Shifeng. On the God's Domain continent, even the cheapest level 40 fine gold weapon could sell for 15 gold or more, yet players here were offering the same for 10 gold each. Moreover, they were all player-made weapons. With how high current demand was for level 40 fine gold weapons in his world, he could easily turn a massive profit if he bought and resold these player-made weapons. As for the refined meteor copper, the rare forging material currently sold for 30 silver per ingot. Moreover, it was very difficult to purchase. Each stack, containing 20 ingots, sold for 6 gold, yet these players were selling each stack for half that. The various forging materials sold in the hall were all significantly cheaper than those in God's Domain. In addition, this world had an abundance of forging resources. Even empires famous for producing ores paled in comparison to the Ice Crystal world. This place is really impressive. It's a pity that I don't have a way to return once I leave. I guess I have no choice but to stock up on rare materials before I depart. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked through the various items these players offered. If he could travel between the Ice Crystal world and the God's Domain continent, he could earn more income from reselling items than what he earned from Stone Forest Town. Moreover, he could rely on the large quantity of materials to nurture the candlelight trading firm's forgers. If luck would have it, he might nurture a few master forgers. After all, creating new items required experimentation with various materials. With so many rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, one could experiment to their heart's content. This was most likely the reason that the standard of Cold Wind City's forgers was far above those in the candlelight trading firm. Based on Solitary 9's explanation, the Ice Crystal world should have other NPC cities. As players reached higher levels, Cold Wind City's guilds began to prepare to challenge the Snow Rift. It was only a matter of time before Cold Wind City's players encountered cities in other regions. At this point, Shifeng suspected that the Ice Crystal world had birthed the game's first master forger. However, purchasing a large amount of materials required a lot of coins, but he hadn't been carrying many when he had come to the Ice Crystal world. His only option was to make money by selling the Matchless Family's secret silver and fine gold items for a low price. Unfortunately, the dark gold items were precious to Zero Wing, so Shifeng intended to hold on to them for now. After Xueqi finished putting the loot from Matchless Family up for sale, he left the auction house and made his way to the library. Seeing Xueqi finally willing to leave this risky location, Solitary 9 and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as they left the auction house, they were greeted by a shocking scene. Players crowded the street, and every one of them wore Matchless Family's guild emblem. With a rough glance, they easily counted over 10,000 players. Matchless Family's members radiated killing intent as they glared at Xueqi's group, scaring off any unrelated players. What's going on? Does Matchless Family plan to monopolize the auction house? You don't know? Some expert killed a bunch of their members. They've come to deal with him. Do they need to go to such lengths though? Why would they dispatch so many people just for one player? The domineering display frightened the independent players on the street. Among the Matchless Family members present, the lowest leveled member was level 43. Their equipment was awe-inspiring, as well. Has the Matchless Family lost its mind? Solitary 9 felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought that, at most, Matchless Family would send around 1,000 experts. He hadn't expected Thundering Sky to be mad enough to dispatch a 10,000-man army. Not even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, could elicit such a reaction. However, after Matchless Family's members had gathered in front of the auction house, another commotion shook the street. Another player army slowly approached from the other end of the street, and although this army was smaller than Matchless Family's, it still included around 3,000 players. These new arrivals wore Centurion Dynasty's guild emblem. For a time, experts from both of Cold Wind City's large guilds stood before the auction house's entrance. Following which, both guilds' leaders pulled away from the crowd. Both men looked at Xueqi. You're the expert that killed Featherwind? Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer asked in almost perfect unison. The spectating players were stupefied. Chapter 1451. Obliterated. That guy is so amazing. Both guild leaders actually came looking for him. Just who is he? The distant spectating players were shocked to see the two men. Solitary 9, who stood behind Xueqi, was at a loss for words. Both Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer were top-tier existences in Cold Wind City. Normally, they were very difficult to meet, yet these two had gathered here due to Xueqi. That's right. What business do you have with me? Xueqi calmly replied to the guild leader's question. An army of 10,000 players might be shocking to ordinary players, but not even a million-player army could surprise Xueqi. Besides, they were still inside an NPC city. I never thought you would have the guts to admit it. Thundering Sky's face twitched in anger as he glared at Xueqi's calm composure. I am Thundering Sky, the guild leader of Matchless Family. Since you admitted to killing my guild's experts, that makes things simple. Hand over every item and piece of equipment you have and let me kill you once. Then we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk. Guild leader, aren't you letting this brat off too lightly? The guild leader's demand confused his upper echelons. They had assumed that Thundering Sky wouldn't rest until he forced this newcomer to delete his account. He had just offered to let Xueqi off with such a light punishment. Enough. I have my reasons. Thundering Sky shot his subordinates a withering glare, immediately silencing them. What these guild upper echelons did not know was that Thundering Sky was far more interested in Xueqi's weapons and equipment than he was in avenging Featherwind. After watching the swordsman's battle video, he realized that the man's basic attributes were ridiculously high. Not even Thundering Sky was confident of killing Featherwind in one hit. After all, Featherwind's weapons and equipment were considerably good. The Elementalist's HP was also over 30,000. PvP battles were different from those with monsters. A player's damage would scale down when they struck another player. Killing expert players of the same level was very difficult. Yet Xueqi had done it. Moreover, he had thrown level 44 and 45 shield warriors with his normal attacks. His strength could definitely rival that of a great lord of the same level. With such powerful attributes, Xueqi had to have more than one top-tier weapon or piece of equipment. He might even have something Thundering Sky could use. However, if they killed this man while the soul lock debuff was active, Xueqi would only drop a few pieces of equipment. On the off chance that he had stored his items in the bank, they would lose any chance of obtaining them. Ha ha ha. Fellow friend, ignore this man's foolish demands. If you join Centurion Dynasty, I guarantee that no harm will come to you within the Cold Wind City region, Sky Slicer said as he sent a contemptuous glance at Thundering Sky before turning back to Xueqi. In addition, I'd like to offer you the position as our guild's main force vice commander. Insane. This is madness. I didn't hear wrong, right? Sky Slicer actually offered so much to an unknown expert. They haven't even been that generous to Lifeless Thorn. Sky Slicer's voice had been quite loud, so the spectating crowd had heard every word. The offer confused them. A guild's main force was a guild's core of power. The main force generally only answered to the guild leader. Not even vice-guild leaders had the authority to mobilize the main force. Hence, the main force's commander was even more important than the vice-guild leader. Although the vice-commander wasn't as important, it was still a crucial role. Sky Slicer had offered Xueqi such an important position right off the bat. Slicer, do you intend to make an enemy of Matchless family? Thundering Sky shouted, enraged. Although he had expected Sky Slicer to oppose him, he hadn't expected the man to be so brazen about it. Have our guilds ever been friendly? Sky Slicer sneered. Their two guilds had fought countless battles against each other, and neither feared their rival. Now that he had an opportunity to suppress his rival's momentum and recruit a powerful expert, he couldn't miss the chance to kill two birds with one stone. Good. I'll take care of your Centurion dynasty as well. Thundering Sky's expression darkened. Immediately, he commanded, everyone, attack. Yes. Let's see who is afraid of whom. Sky Slicer also commanded his guild members to fight. For a time, the Matchless family and Centurion dynasty's members slaughtered each other inside the city. Due to so many players involved, the NPC patrols couldn't quell the incident quickly. They could only clear out the fighting players, little by little. Both guilds' members fought with everything they had, fully intent on annihilating their enemy. Now that players were reaching higher levels, it was only a matter of time before they could raid the Snow Rift. To compete with guilds in other NPC cities, they first needed to deal with Cold Wind City's problems. Otherwise, they would have to face enemies on both fronts. The entire street had transformed into a battlefield. Spells and arrows blotted out the sky, and explosions and screams filled the air. Unfortunately, as Centurion Dynasty had brought fewer members, Matchless family quickly suppressed its players. As a result, the former guild's members were forced to retreat. Of course, Matchless family couldn't eliminate their rivals' members as Centurion Dynasty's reinforcements began to arrive. All Matchless family could do was push the other guild back. Shortly after the battle had begun, the dead players' weapons and equipment littered the street. Even experts were forced to use their life-saving skills. The weaker players died before they could even react as numerous attacks struck. The spectators were stunned. This fight helped them realize just how weak an individual was compared to a guild. Even the well-known adventurer teams were nothing. Very quickly, Sky Slicer was forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Matchless family's members surrounded the auction house. Humph. Do you think that we can't touch you just because Centurion Dynasty wants to lend a helping hand? Thundering Sky sneered at Xueqi, who had not participated in the battle. I guarantee you that no one can protect you in the Cold Wind City region. If you hand over all of your weapons and equipment now, I can still let you off the hook. If you try to retaliate, I'll eliminate you, Solitary 9, and his group hiding behind you. The watching crowd gasped when they heard Thundering Sky's threat. They all knew that Thundering Sky was a man of his word, but they hadn't expected him to be ruthless enough to target Solitary 9's group as well. However, as soon as Thundering Sky finished speaking, Xueqi, who had maintained a relaxed posture, unsheathed Killing Ray. He then casually walked towards Thundering Sky, who stood 50 yards away from him, as if he were just taking a stroll through his own backyard. What? He actually dares to defy Thundering Sky. Is he insane? Even Matchless family's members were stunned. Setting aside Thundering Sky's individual prowess, the man was surrounded by hundreds of his experts. These subordinates would likely kill the swordsman before he got close to their guild leader. You asked for this. Thundering Sky frowned. He hadn't thought this newcomer would be so foolish. He gestured with a hand and ordered, "Kill him." The instant Xueqi was within the ranged player's reach, over 100 spells and arrows flew towards him, forming a tight wall that left no room for Xueqi to dodge. However, Xueqi raised the sacred sword and swung it forward. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, countless arcs of blue lightning streaked towards the incoming spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the lightning destroyed everything in a 50-yard cone. I am only one person. However, you can't just kill me because you want to, Xueqi calmly stated as he watched Thundering Sky and his numerous subordinates transform into particles of white light. Chapter 1452. Overwhelming Difference. Silence. It seemed as if time had stopped. The fighting players from both guilds froze as they stared at the particles of light that had once been Thundering Sky and his subordinates. All of a sudden, a large empty space had opened on the crowded street. Even now, faint arcs of electricity flickered around the clearing. In a single move, Xueqi had killed hundreds of Matchless Family's players. Thundering Sky, who ranked among Cold Wind City's top 10 players, had died before their eyes. He hadn't even put up the slightest fight before he had died. It was hard to believe that an ordinary-looking swordsman with a blue longsword had been responsible for this. When Solitary 9 and the others, who stood behind Xueqi, saw this, they could not help but gasp, the corners of their lips twitching slightly. They already knew that Xueqi was very powerful, but it now seemed that Xueqi hadn't taken his fight with Featherwind seriously. Just who is this guy? The corners of Sky Slicer's eyes twitched as he stared at the empty clearing a short distance away. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Xueqi had been a magical class player. However, this was the first time he had seen a swordsman in God's domain possessing such a powerful skill. Moreover, this skill had such a short channeling time, giving the skill's targets no time to react. How is this possible? The guild leader died? Matchless Family's members were at a loss. Everything had happened too quickly. He killed our guild leader. We can't let him get away. That skill must have a long cooldown. He can't use it again anytime soon. Kill him. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members turned their attention away from Centurion Dynasty as they charged at Xueqi. A guild leader was directly connected to the guild's reputation. The fact that this man had killed their guild leader instantly humiliated every one of them. If they did not kill Xueqi right now, Matchless Family's reputation would suffer. This would severely impact their guild's development. Damn it! Matchless Family's players have lost their minds. Tension gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the players swarm towards him. However, before the Matchless Family's members reached their group, Xueqi pointed Killing Ray at the approaching crowd. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth. The white light vaporized any player it touched. In the blink of an eye, several hundred more players had died. After using Dragon Breath, Xueqi followed up with Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 minute. Everyone within the skill's range felt as if they had plunged into a muddy swamp. Following which, Xueqi activated Defensive Blade, increasing his attack range. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where is he? As the crowd recovered from the shock and fear Xueqi's Dragon Breath had inflicted, the man had disappeared. They could not help their growing confusion. However, before anyone had realized it, Xueqi had reappeared among Matchless Family's members. He lightly swung his 2 swords at the nearby enemies. Boom! A tornado formed around Xueqi, following which, all players within 15 yards of Xueqi collapsed, staring at their empty HP bars in a daze. Not even the MTs with high HP had escaped Xueqi's wrath. Following which, Xueqi advanced once again. This time, however, he didn't execute void steps. Instead, he left numerous afterimages trailing behind him as he moved forward. At the same time, he brandished his swords without a care in the world, slaughtering every player that came within 15 yards. None of the players within his range escaped death's embrace. In fact, they couldn't even block or dodge the swordsman's attacks. One after another, Matchless Family's members transformed into particles of light. Xueqi looked like a god of death as he claimed these players' lives. Nobody could even slow him down. Although the guild's ranged players tried to stop Xueqi, their attempts were little more than a joke. They couldn't even keep up with Xueqi's movements with their eyes, much less land an attack. They could only watch as particles of light floated in the air. He can't be a player. He must be a demon in disguise. He's a monster. A monster in human skin. We need to run. After a brief moment, Xueqi had killed another several hundred players. Panic overwhelmed matchless family members as they watched Xueqi reap their allies' lives. At this point, they had forgotten about avenging their guild leader and restoring their guild's reputation. They could only think of getting as far away from Xueqi as possible. They had never seen such a terrifying player before. Compared to Xueqi, the strongest boss monster they had ever faced looked cute. After all, they had some hope of damaging a boss. Against Xueqi, however, they couldn't even resist. How was this supposed to be a PvP battle? This was just a one-sided massacre. Like frightened rats, the thousands of matchless family members scattered and fled in all directions. The players watching from a safe distance were stupefied. Before today, they had seen thousands of players pursue a single person. They had never watched one player chase after a 10,000-man army. This scene had shattered everything they had thought they knew about God's domain. Isn't he a little too strong? Just who is he? Solitary 9 was beyond shocked. An individual having the power to suppress an entire guild only ever happened in his dreams. Yet he watched as that dream became a reality. What Solitary 9 did not know was that, while Cold Wind City's players might be stronger than those in God's domain as forgers, their weapons and equipment were nothing in comparison. To prove this point, not one player from Matchless family dropped an epic weapon or piece of equipment. The best they had was level 40 dark gold equipment. On the other hand, Xueqi wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. He was also a tier 2 player. With both advantages, the difference between Xueqi and his opponents was horrifying. As the other players from Aurora Sword watched Xueqi's massacre, an indescribable excitement bloomed in their chests. They were fully aware that Xueqi was a player. They fully intended to boast to their friends that they had met such a powerful expert. After around 30 seconds, the originally clogged street was empty of players. Only Xueqi and a bunch of weapons and equipment remained. The survivors from Matchless family had long since fled the battlefield. Despite so many items covering the street, none of the spectators moved forward to steam them. On the contrary, they distanced themselves from the loot, making sure that at least 100 yards lay between them and the nearest item. As for the NPC guards, they spared Xueqi little more than a glance before pursuing Matchless family surviving members. In NPC cities, the NPC guards would target the side that attacked first. Matchless family members had teamed up before surrounding Xueqi. If any member of the team attacked, they would implicate the entire team in the crime. Hence, within a fixed amount of time, Xueqi could kill as many members of the team as he wanted without receiving any punishment from the system. Even if this mechanic hadn't existed, Xueqi could have simply found a secluded location and altered his appearance with the demon mask. With Nightwalker Cape's passive concealment effect, not even high-tiered NPC guards could touch him. After crushing Matchless family members, Xueqi didn't hurry to collect his loot. Instead, he smiled as he turned to Sky Slicer, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Guild Leader Slicer, now that the problem has been dealt with, may I know what business you have with me?" Chapter 1453. Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 1453. Unexpected Harvest. As Centurion Dynasty's members watched Xueqi walk towards them, their breath caught, and cold sweat drenched their backs. It felt as if a prehistoric beast approached, not a player, and they desperately wanted to turn and flee. One man had inspired thousands of Matchless family's members to run like frightened rats. If someone had told them of such a thing happening in the past, they would have laughed it off. Now, however, they could not find it in themselves to laugh. They had clashed with the other guild many times, and both were roughly on the same level. Since Xueqi could suppress Matchless family by himself, naturally, he wouldn't have any issues doing so to Centurion Dynasty. Sky Slicer wore an ugly expression. Had he known something like this would happen, he would not have poked his nose into the situation. Brother expert, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only came here to recruit you because I have a grudge against Matchless family. If I had known that Brother expert was so powerful, I would not have meddled in your affairs. For this offense, I am willing to pay 10,000 magic crystals as compensation, Sky Slicer respectfully told Xueqi. His previous pride had faded like smoke. What a generous offer! Solitary 9 quietly exclaimed. In his opinion, Sky Slicer was insane to offer 10,000 magic crystals as an apology. Even a well-known adventurer team like Aurora Sword had only accumulated 2,000 magic crystals thus far. Meanwhile, magic crystals were an indispensable resource in Cold Wind City. For example, lifestyle players needed the crystals when producing weapons and equipment. To increase their production success rate, they would spend magic crystals on renting special workshops in their respective lifestyle associations. There was also the Divine Colosseum, and training there cost a lot of crystals. Magic crystals were nearly impossible to save. Although there were quite a few ways to obtain magic crystals in Cold Wind City, handing over 10,000 magic crystals would deal a considerably painful blow to Centurion Dynasty. However, Solitary 9 wasn't a guild leader, so he couldn't understand Sky Slicer's thought process. If an expert of Xueqi's caliber decided to target Centurion Dynasty and randomly ambush its main force or elite members, the guild would break under the loss. Moreover, Centurion Dynasty couldn't do anything to Xueqi. If such a situation lasted for a long time, it could cripple the guild. The 10,000 magic crystal offer also served to put some distance between Centurion Dynasty and Xueqi. 10,000 magic crystals? Xueqi was slightly confused. The resources in Cold Wind City were far more abundant than he had assumed. Both Centurion Dynasty and Matchless family would only be third-rate guilds on God's Domain's continent. Giving away 10,000 magic crystals would likely bankrupt the guild. However, based on Sky Slicer's expression, he only felt a slight pang at the loss. When the guild leader saw the small frown forming on Xueqi's face, he realized that the other party wasn't particularly satisfied with the compensation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If Brother Expert doesn't find the compensation satisfying, I can include this map as well." Saying so, Sky Slicer took out an ancient, tattered animal skin. Although the hide was quite old, it emitted a faint pressure. Although there was only a trace of this pressure, everyone seemed to fear it. This is divine might? Xueqi stared at the animal hide in Sky Slicer's hands in surprise. Divine might was an aura unique to gods. Any item that radiated the energy wouldn't be ordinary. Furthermore, this item had manifested in the ice crystal world. Although this other world's rank was quite high, it could only accommodate up to Tier 5 creatures. Tier 6 gods were barred from this world. The fact that such an item, once used by God, had manifested here made it even more valuable. "Brother Expert, what do you think?" Sky Slicer asked, smiling when he saw Xueqi's interest in the animal hide. He had obtained this animal hide some time ago, but although he recognized it as valuable, he had no way to reveal its secrets. Using it to appease Xueqi and improve his relationship with the man wasn't a bad trade. "Deal." Xueqi nodded. His goal in traveling to the ice crystal world was to obtain eternal ice crystals, not to dominate Cold Wind City. He had no reason to clash with the local guilds. If not for Matchless family's determination to pick a fight, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Hearing Xueqi's reply, Sky Slicer breathed a sigh of relief. He then handed over the 10,000 magic crystals and the animal hide. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, Xueqi decided to sell the items to Sky Slicer for coins and various rare materials. Weapons and equipment took up an entire slot by themselves in a player's bag space. However, materials didn't. One slot could hold multiple articles of the same item. By selling the weapons and equipment for materials, Xueqi could maximize the number of items he brought back to God's domain. Naturally, Sky Slicer was more than happy to accept Xueqi's offer. The Matchless family members that had cornered Xueqi earlier consisted of the guild's elites and experts. Most of the players that had fallen to Xueqi had been experts. Hence, the weapons and equipment they had dropped were considered top tier in Cold Wind City. Through this transaction, Xueqi had obtained close to 8,000 gold in rare materials. If he resold these materials in his home world, he could easily earn over 20,000 gold. However, Xueqi wouldn't sell all of the materials even for a single payment of 20,000 gold. These rare materials could help the candlelight trading firm's forgers improve quickly. The trading firm might even manage to nurture a master forger. After obtaining the materials, Xueqi quickly made his way to Cold Wind City's library. Meanwhile, news of Xueqi's triumph over the Matchless family quickly spread throughout Cold Wind City, shocking the resident players. That guy is so awesome. Not only did he suppress Matchless family by himself, but even Centurion Dynasty treated him with respect. I wish I had half his strength. After this, Lifeless Thorn will have to relinquish his position as Cold Wind City's #1 expert. I wonder if this expert is accepting disciples? If he is or plans to start an adventurer team or guild, I'll be the first to apply. For a time, Cold Wind City's players heatedly discussed this newcomer. Meanwhile, a man wearing ice blue armor and wielding a purple spear faced off against a level 54, Great Lord-ranked demonic frost wolf in the Snow Rift, Cold Wind City's forbidden land. Despite the frost wolf's upper hand in speed and strength, it was helpless against this indifferent man. On the contrary, the player repeatedly restricted its movements. Because of this one man, the 20-man team following him easily dealt with the demonic frost wolf. Less than a minute after the fight had begun, the demonic frost wolf collapsed and dropped several items. The team members watched as their experience bars rose quite a bit. While the team rested, a heroic-looking female swordsman turned to the indifferent man, who rested with his eyes closed. Giggling, she said, "Lifeless, didn't you say that you're the strongest player in Cold Wind City? It seems that you have a rival now." A rival. Lifeless Thorn's eyes opened when he heard these words. Shaking his head, he said, "Cold Wind City's experts are clueless. They're nowhere near being a suitable rival for me." "I'm not talking about them," the female swordsman, Cleansing Whistle, responded. Revealing a leisurely smile, she said, "Weren't you boasting about how powerful you are? Do you think you can stand against 10,000 elites from Matchless family? You've got to be kidding. You're talking about 10,000 elite players." Lifeless Thorn rolled his eyes. "Then why do you claim to be invincible in Cold Wind City? Here, take a look at this." Not long ago, a swordsman expert single-handedly suppressed Matchless family's army. Centurion Dynasty even offered him a gift as an apology, Cleansing Whistle said, giggling as she sent a copy of Xueqi's battle video to Lifeless Thorn. Although Lifeless Thorn wanted to refute Cleansing Whistle's words, he couldn't help his shock as he watched the battle video. How can there be such a powerful expert in the city? Well, hadn't you said something earlier about the swordsman class being crap? Now you know how powerful swordsmen are, Cleansing Whistle said, feeling a little proud when she saw the man's shock. He is powerful. He is on an entirely different level than I am, Lifeless Thorn straightforwardly admitted. The assassin's admission stunned Cleansing Whistle. She had thought the news would shake Lifeless Thorn's confidence, allowing her to get some payback for his insults towards her class. Before Cleansing Whistle could say more, Lifeless Thorn stood and took a return scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Cleansing Whistle asked curiously. "Do you really have to ask?" "I'm going to look for that expert," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are you mad? We wasted all that time to get here, yet you're going back, just like that." Cleansing Whistle was astonished. However, ignoring her words, Lifeless Thorn activated the return scroll. He then transformed into a streak of light as he left the Snow Rift. Seeing this, Cleansing Whistle and the other team members had no choice but to take out return scrolls and head back as well. Meanwhile, in Cold Wind City's Nobles District, Xueqi impatiently took out the animal hide Sky Slicer had given him and carefully inspected as he traveled in an advanced carriage. Chapter 1454. Treasure that surpasses epic rank. Chapter 1454. Treasure that surpasses epic rank. It's no wonder why Sky Slicer couldn't do anything with this. When Xueqi tried to inspect the hide, he was only able to learn its name, Tattered Animal Hide. The item displayed no further information. Although this animal hide radiated a faint trace of divine might, due to time, it was damaged beyond recognition. The images and words that had been inscribed on the item were nearly impossible to discern. Fortunately, Xueqi was confident that he was even more skilled at analyzing items than a master appraiser. I wonder what this item is. Exactly. Xueqi then activated omniscient eyes and inspected the hide once more. The moment he tried to do so, a loading bar appeared above the item. Watching the loading bar, Xueqi was astonished. How is this possible? Just what kind of item is this? When he used omniscient eyes to appraise dark gold items, the process took no more than 10 seconds, yet this scrap of hide required 30 seconds. Not even epic items took so long to appraise. As the seconds ticked by, the process restored the images and words on the animal hide. By the time the loading bar was full and disappeared, the originally tattered hide seemed as if it had regained its vitality as it began to restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the tattered animal hide looked brand new. This is an ancient shrine? Xueqi gave the leather an incredulous look. Big brother Yifeng, has something happened? Yenya asked from beside Xueqi. Everyone in the carriage was curious, looking to Xueqi for an explanation. This man had remained calm even when he stood against an army of 10,000 players, yet he stared at the hide Sky Slicer had given him in surprise. It's nothing. I'm just satisfied with the transaction with Sky Slicer, Xueqi said, chuckling. Although Xueqi had brushed the matter off verbally, inside, he was ecstatic. Ancient shrines were considerably old and mysterious locations. No one knew who had built them, yet every large-scale otherworld had them. Ancient shrines were extremely dangerous, guarded by powerful monsters. They were also crowded with traps. Even so, players residing in large-scale otherworlds swarmed to these ancient shrines like madmen. This was because ancient shrines housed the passage to travel from their otherworlds to God's domain's continent. As otherworlds experts grew more powerful, they would find clues leading to these ancient shrines. They would then search for the shrine's locations before exploring their interiors. Eventually, they would find God's domain. However, this process normally only started after players reached level 100. The maps that contained these ancient shrines were generally high-level areas. Moreover, the ancient shrines themselves were very well hidden. The animal hide Sky Slicer had given him was a record of all of the locations of and information about the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrines. This item would save players a lot of time. Only now did Xueqi understand why it had taken an unusual amount of time to appraise the animal hide. There was no doubt that the ancient shrine map in his hand was worth far more than a measly epic item. After all, whoever possessed this map would have full access to the Ice Crystal World. As long as he developed the path to one of the ancient shrines, he could freely transfer resources between the Ice Crystal World and his home world. The benefits of reselling these items could even tempt super guilds. The sooner he opened this path, the more benefits he'd obtain. According to the ancient shrine map, the easiest ancient shrine to reach was in a level 50 to 70 map. This map was a forbidden land that connected the various NPC cities in the Ice Crystal World. For Cold Wind City, this map was the Snow Rift. Only, the map indicated that the Snow Rift's ancient shrine lay under its core region, so it would be extremely difficult to locate. By the time anyone discovered the hidden map, Ice Crystal World's mainstream players would have exceeded the recommended level. With this map, my trip here has certainly been worth it. Xueqi began to formulate numerous plans as he inspected the ancient shrine's location. He had come to the Ice Crystal World because of a quest. Originally, he would have had to wait until someone from the Ice Crystal World activated an ancient shrine's teleportation gate to return to this world after finishing his quest. Moreover, that was dependent on whether or not the player who discovered the shrine would publish the teleportation gate's location. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ice Crystal World unless he found another teleportation gate on God's domain's continent. However, things had changed. If he could activate an ancient shrine before he left, he would travel between worlds unhindered. This would give Zero Wing an advantage. Moreover, unlike the Dark Den, where he could only take one person with him, the ancient shrine's teleportation gates wouldn't have such a restriction. Of course, he'd have to pay the teleportation fee. Incredibly powerful NPCs guarded ancient shrine's teleportation gates, and each of these NPCs determined the fees based on how much distance separated the two worlds. Generally, the fee ranged between 20 and 50 magic crystals per person. Although Xueqi had once encountered a gate that charged 1 mana stone per person. Usually, Only independent elite and expert players could afford to travel back and forth between worlds. However, the cost was nothing compared to the potential profits guilds could gain. After all, every other world had its own specialty resources that were extremely rare in God's domain. If guilds had to pay a small teleportation fee to obtain these precious resources, they would be more than happy to part with the cost. Right now, opening a path to the ancient shrine was far more important than obtaining eternal ice crystals to Xueqi. As long as he activated the ancient shrine, he'd accept failing the quest and losing his chance to trade eternal ice crystals for the Bracelet of Time. He could simply rely on the Ice Crystal World's resources to earn 5 million magic crystals within a month and purchase the Bracelet of Time for the originally stated price. It seems I'll need to make a trip to this ancient shrine later. Thinking up to this point, Xueqi carefully inspected the information on the animal hide. No one should ever underestimate an ancient shrine. Based on his memories, an ancient shrine required a considerable amount of time to raid and conquer. And he was alone in the Ice Crystal World. It wouldn't be easy to clear a path. As for the eternal ice crystals, Xueqi intended to visit the library before making his decision. If he could find a way to obtain the 10 eternal ice crystals, he would save a massive amount of magic crystals. After looking at the ancient shrine map for some time, Xueqi felt his head ache. The ancient shrine in question would be extraordinarily difficult to raid. Only now did he understand why the various otherworld's large guilds required a month to clear out a single shrine. Even a low-level ancient shrine, like the one located below the Snow Rift, was guarded by a level 70 mythic monster. Even the Snow Rift's final boss was a level 70, Grand Lord ranked 9-headed Earth Dragon. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Alone, he could never defeat a level 70, mythic-ranked boss. When Xueqi finished examining the ancient shrine map, he turned to Solitary 9 and asked, "Brother 9, would you to help me with something?" "Help you?" Solitary 9 asked, confused. "Yes. I wish to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City," Xueqi stated. Chapter 1455. Adventurer Team Established. Chapter 1455. Adventurer Team Established. Establish an adventurer team. Big Brother Yifeng, are you joking? For a moment, everyone in the advanced carriage looked at Xueqi in surprise, wondering if they had misheard. Xueqi had previously expressed his lack of interest in establishing his own force. He had only come to Cold Wind City from another region to complete a quest. Yet, this man had just stated that he wanted to establish his own adventurer team. They were both confused and excited to hear this. If Xueqi formed an adventurer team, it would undoubtedly flourish. In addition, during the previous battle, Xueqi had made a name for himself in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have any issues establishing a guilds, much less an adventurer team. They could already see players lining up to apply. "What do you need our help with?" Solitary 9 asked, practically glowing. He had already decided to join any force this man established. After all, Xueqi's strength and combat standards were far more impressive than his own. Watching Xueqi's battle had opened the doors to a completely new world for him. Unfortunately, Xueqi hadn't shown any interest in setting up his own force, so he hadn't asked the swordsman about it. He had only hoped to form a close relationship with the swordsman and find an opportunity to seek Xueqi's guidance. Now, however, he didn't need to do so. He could simply join Xueqi's adventurer team. His goal in establishing an adventurer team was to improve his combat standards by delving into God's domain's various ruins and dungeons. He did not like participating in the struggles between guilds. Most importantly, he had always hated the way Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty had operated. Hence, he had established the Aurora Sword Adventurer Team. He had thought that he and his companions could join Wave Heart, Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team, if the guilds put too much pressure on Aurora Sword. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "I'd like to ask your help in advertising and organizing the adventurer team's recruitment." After giving the matter some more thought, he continued, "I don't need a lot of people for the team. 3,000 or 4,000 members will be enough. Official members will have to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least, though the requirement will increase as time goes on." Cold Wind City had its own divine coliseum, and although it wasn't connected to those in other cities, it wouldn't affect players' evaluations. The 5th floor. Yan Ya's jaw dropped. Big brother Yi Feng. Very few people in Cold Wind City will be able to meet that requirement. Most experts can only reach the 4th floor. Yan Ya was one of Aurora Sword's top-ranked experts, but even she had only recently made it to the 5th floor. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, we could let players take another set of tests before joining the adventurer team, Xueqi said. He then took out the list of Zero Wing's test criteria when recruiting members, displaying it for Solitary 9 and his party. Not all talents in God's domain were powerhouses. Rather than only recruiting those who were already strong, they could also look for players with potential. Players with potential would become reserve members for the moment. Reserve members would then be tested and judged based on their improvement speed. They could become official members once they reached a certain standard. If not, they would have to resort to the primary test, reaching the trial tower's 5th floor. Although this 2-stage process was tedious, it helped Zero Wing avoid missing out on potential experts. Of course, there was a minimum requirement to become a reserve member. Players had to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. At this stage of the game, the trial tower's 4th floor was still a fairly difficult hurdle for players. However, as player standards continued to improve, more of them would reach the 4th floor. If a player could not even reach the 4th floor, there was no point for them to take the test to become a reserve member. Even so, Xueqi's requirements stunned Solitary 9 and his companions. In Cold Wind City, players who could reach the trial tower's 4th floor were generally recruited to become elite members in one of the 2 major guilds. Yet they would only be reserve members in Xueqi's adventurer team. Once the city's players found out about this, they'd call him a madman. After all, how could an adventurer team offer more benefits than a guild? Convincing 1,000 people to join this man's adventurer team would be immensely difficult, much less 5,000 people. Brother Yi Feng, what do you intend to call your adventurer team? Solitary 9 asked. The adventurer team's name? Xueqi thought about how others had called him an Azura. Being intensely uncreative, he replied, let's call it the Azura Adventurer Team. At first, he had considered simply calling it the Zero Wing Adventurer Team. After all, he had planned to use this adventurer team as reinforcements for Zero Wing's core members. However, after giving the matter some thought, he gave up on the idea. After all, many of God's domain's experts disliked the restrictions guilds imposed on their members. Instead, he could invite the experts that refused to join Zero Wing to his Azura Adventurer Team. This way, the Azura Adventurer Team could collect independent experts who disliked guilds, forming a symbiotic relationship with Zero Wing. Then, Brother Yi Feng, can my Aurora Sword Adventurer Team join yours? Solitary 9 asked anxiously after taking a deep breath. Of course. It'll help me out quite a bit if you join. As long as your team members can meet one of the 2 requirements, they are welcome, Xueqi said, smiling. He already had a rough estimation of Solitary 9's strength. He had also listened to Yan Ya's comments on the matter. Not only was Solitary 9 one of Cold Wind City's top 3 MTs, but he had also reached the last stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. He was only a step away from the 7th. Although he didn't know any advanced combat techniques, he was not that far from the half-step refinement realm. In Zero Wing, he could easily rank among the guild's top 10 MTs. It was quite impressive. Furthermore, Solitary 9 hadn't received any official training like Zero Wing's core members had. The man had reached that standard of his own power. If Solitary 9 were offered sufficient training and guidance, he could easily reach the half-step refinement realm. Given enough time, reaching the refinement realm wouldn't be much of an issue. As such a capable expert, why wouldn't he welcome Solitary 9 into his adventurer team? Unfortunately, he'd have no choice but to let go the Aurora Sword members who couldn't meet the recruitment requirements. It was important that an organization adhere to its own rules. Otherwise, the organization would lose its members' trust. I understand. Solitary 9 replied. The Azura Adventurer Team wanted experts. He'd have no choice but to compensate the Aurora Sword members who didn't make the cut. Following which, Xueqi and his new companions drew up a list of benefits that the Azura Adventurer Team would offer its members. With such a high recruitment requirement, not many players would apply if they didn't offer appropriate benefits. Before they realized it, their advanced carriage had arrived before Cold Wind City's library. What a marvelous library! As soon as Xueqi alighted from the carriage, he could not help but stare at the mountainous building before him. Compared to White River City's library, Cold Wind City's was a giant. The building was well over 300 meters tall. It was large enough to fill 3 sports arenas. At the same time, the library felt ancient like some long-lost ruin. Following which, Xueqi activated his Demon Hunter title and approached the entrance. The 4 NPC guards by the doors glanced at Xueqi as he passed by, showing no intention of stopping the swordsman. Elsewhere, Solitary 9 published the recruitment information for the Azura Adventurer team on Cold Wind City's official forums. At the same time, Yenya and the others saw to the necessary arrangements to spread the news throughout the city. Very quickly, news about Xueqi's adventurer team reached every player in Cold Wind City. What? He's actually trying to establish an adventurer team? When Thundering Sky, who had recently resurrected, received the news, his expression darkened. Chapter 1456. Adventurer Team's Benefits. Chapter 1456. Adventurer Team's Benefits. Guild Leader. Quite a few of our members have withdrawn from the guild as soon as they heard the news. If we don't do something to stop this, I'm afraid that we'll lose more of our members, Featherwind cautiously reported to Thundering Sky. The battle at the auction house dealt a massive blow to Matchless Family's reputation, and because of that, the guild had lost over 1,000 elites and experts. Yet, despite such huge losses, Matchless Family couldn't do anything about them. After all, the guild was utterly helpless against Xueqi. To make matters worse, Xueqi had decided to establish his own adventurer team. They couldn't afford to provoke Xueqi when he stood alone, but they could still avoid the man. Matchless Family had over 100,000 members. Even if Xueqi were more powerful, he wouldn't be able to damage the guild's foundations if their members spread out. If he had an adventurer team under his control, however, Matchless Family would likely have to face thousands of players in the future. It had become even harder to deal with this expert. Damn it! Just who is he? Why haven't we heard of this guy before? Thundering Sky's expression twisted as he read the latest report. If not for Xueqi's sudden appearance, their plans wouldn't have been interrupted, and he would have secured his hold on Cold Wind City. Guild Leader, should we contact those people? Featherwind asked softly. It can't be helped. At this rate, Cold Wind City will either end up in Centurion Dynasty's hands or the Azura Adventurer teams. Since they've taken Cold Wind City from me, I won't let them have it, either, Thundering Sky growled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Contact them. Tell them that Matchless Family is willing to join their guild. However, we require that they destroy Centurion Dynasty and the Azura Adventurer team. Although Cold Wind City's players couldn't travel to other NPC cities right now, they could communicate with players in these cities offline. An upper echelon from Hecate, a large guild in another NPC city, had contacted Matchless Family, stating Hecate's interest in purchasing the guild. Initially, Thundering Sky had hesitated. After all, Hecate was far more powerful than Matchless Family, controlling more than 5 NPC cities. Hecate even ruled over Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal World's largest NPC city. Thundering Sky wasn't confident of Matchless Family's survival should it insult this massive guild. He had hoped to solidify his control over Cold Wind City before anyone cleared the Snow Rift. Even if his city were connected with other NPC cities, he'd more or less have the power to withstand outside forces. Now that he had lost any hope of becoming his city's overlord, joining Hecate was his best choice. Once the passage opened, with Hecate's secret support, Matchless Family would send both Centurion Dynasty and Xueqi to meet their maker. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Featherwind then logged out of the game and disappeared from the office. Elsewhere, after splitting up, Solitary 9 and the others took the 3,000 gold Xueqi had given them to purchase a considerably large plot of land from the city hall. They then visited the Adventurers Association to begin their residence's construction. Although the residence was not as luxurious as a guild residence, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Hopeful applicants had already surrounded Azura's residence. Over 4,000 players waited for their evaluation, and this was only the beginning. As expected of the adventurer team established by Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Azura's residence is even larger than Wave Heart's. That's right. I bet it won't be long before Azura becomes the #1 adventurer team in Cold Wind City. While the crowd waited for the application process to start, Solitary 9 emerged and posted the recruitment requirements at the entrance. As Azura's recruitment standards went public, many players were shocked. Is the Azura adventurer team crazy? Only those who reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor qualify to join? Do they not know what it means to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor? What? Even those who can reach the 4th floor have to deal with further testing? If I had that kind of strength, I would have joined a guild as a core member. Why would I even bother joining an adventurer team? Is this really an adventurer team? Why do I feel like its recruitment requirements are harsher than a large guild's? With these standards, I doubt that Azura will even recruit 1,000 members. No, it might not even get 500 members. Is the Azura adventurer team toying with us? Crap. Isn't this just an adventurer team? Who would be desperate enough to deal with this crap? When the players outside Azura's residence saw the requirements, some laughed, some cursed, and others simply turned and left. Everyone thought that the Azura adventurer team was mad. As far as they knew, Azura's recruitment requirements were even higher than a first-rate guild's, not to mention Cold Wind City's guilds. With such high requirements, only a small number of players throughout the Ice Crystal world would bother to join the adventurer team. After all, Azura was merely an adventurer team. It couldn't offer any significant benefits. An adventurer team just existed to give players an easier time forming teams and parties to raid dungeons and explore ruins. Expert players never needed to worry about finding party members. Furthermore, the Azura adventurer team had only recently been established. Even with an expert like Xueqi, without dungeon raid or ruin exploration results, expert players were less inclined to consider an adventurer team. Commander, players have stood outside our doors for quite some time now, yet only a few have applied. What should we do? Yenya stated at the crowd outside in frustration. Yenya, stop calling me commander. Now that we've joined the Azura adventurer team, Yifeng is the commander. I am simply one of Azura's party leaders, Solitary 9 said. Regarding the recruitment issue, the commander has stated that if people don't apply, we'll reveal this benefit to the public. He had mentioned the possibility of this awkward situation to Xueqi, and after giving the matter some thought, the man had decided to raise the team members' benefits. Any official member of the Azura adventurer team could use contribution points to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment as well as the opportunity to learn various combat techniques. What? Co-commander, is that true? Yenya exclaimed when she heard this. Being able to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment from the adventurer team was already impressive. Even Cold Wind City's experts only had a few dark gold items on them. Usually, only guild's core members had any access to such items, yet the Azura's official members could bid on these items. However, the dark gold items paled in comparison to the combat techniques. Most players knew something about combat techniques, mysterious techniques that could significantly improve one's combat power. Unfortunately, very few players actually knew any of these techniques. In fact, neither of Cold Wind City's two large guilds had any players that had learned a combat technique. Yet, the Azura adventurer team offered to teach its members various combat techniques. This felt like a dream. The commander made the decision, so don't worry about it. In any case, publish the information outside. Solitary 9 nodded. He, too, had been surprised when he had heard Xueqi's decision. Following which, Yenya ran to the notice board outside the residence's entrance and published this shocking announcement. Chapter 1457. Clue to Evolution. Chapter 1457. Clue to Evolution. Cold Wind City's Library. As soon as Xueqi entered the library, he felt as if he had just stepped into a different world. The library didn't contain any books whatsoever. Instead, the hall included a starry sky and organized shrubbery. Creeks and bridges snaked through the main hall. From time to time, one caught sight of glittering translucent balls of water rising from the creeks before they dispersed into tiny drops. All of these creeks originated from a single location, the massive water ball hovering in the center of the hall. Not even Star Moon City's library was this beautiful. What an amazing library. It's fully automated with the use of magic water balls. The mana density is double that of outside. If players could practice their spells in here, their learning efficiency would double, maybe triple. Xueqi could not help his surprise when he sensed the building's mana. However, Xueqi was surprised to see only a few magical class players in the library. At a glance, he only counted 200 to 300 players. It was an abnormally small number for a library. What he didn't know was that one had to become a baron before they could enter Cold Wind City's library. If not for Xueqi's the Demon Hunter title, the level 180 NPC guards at the entrance would have chased him away. He didn't give the matter too much thought though. He approached the central water ball and began to search for information on the eternal ice crystals. It was far more convenient to search through the magic water ball than it would be to leaf through numerous books. There sure is a lot of information here. Xueqi was astonished when his search for the eternal ice crystal came back with over 100 results. Normally, he'd be lucky if he got 10 or so results for a particular search. Fortunately, it was usually enough information to find the item they wanted, yet hundreds of entries mentioned the eternal ice crystals. This almost guaranteed that he could find the crystal's location. Following which, Xueqi browsed through the information. How is this possible? What Xueqi found shocked him. The eternal ice crystal was actually a mana crystal. Only, due to the ice crystal world's influence, the power of frost tainted these mana crystals, transforming them into eternal ice crystals. These crystals could be found in the ice crystal world's various forbidden lands, but only Great Lord-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Unfortunately, these bosses wouldn't drop complete eternal ice crystals. Rather, they had a very low chance of dropping ice crystal fragments. One had a 50% chance of successfully synthesizing 10 ice crystal fragments into one completely eternal ice crystal. No wonder she gave me a month for this quest. It's certainly not going to be easy. Xueqi frowned. Although the Snow Rift was a forbidden land, it didn't have many field bosses. Considering the low drop rate and the 50% success rate, it would take a long time to obtain one eternal ice crystal, much less 10. I guess I need to hurry. Now that he knew that eternal ice crystals were actually mana crystals, he had even more reason to obtain them. He also needed mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Although the Tier 1 Abyssal Blade was plenty powerful, particularly when it came to compatibility rate, its basic attributes weren't quite on the level of top-tier epic weapons. He wanted to evolve the Abyssal Blade, but he hadn't found any mana crystals, so he had been forced to set the matter aside for some time. If he could evolve the Abyssal Blade once more, he'd be more confident of defeating the Ancient Shrine's guardian boss. Armed with this new information, Xueqi was glad he had decided to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have had any hope of collecting enough eternal ice crystals in time if he were alone. Following which, Xueqi left the library and hurried towards Azura's residence. Shortly after the Azura adventurer team had published the new benefits, the crowd outside the team's residence went into an uproar. What? Members can trade contribution points for combat techniques. Azura is actually willing to teach combat techniques. Not even the city's two large guilds offer that benefit. Although Cold Wind City had many experts, only a handful had learned combat techniques. These experts treated these techniques like family heirlooms, refusing to teach any outsider. But the general public knew how powerful combat techniques were. A player with a combat technique could easily defeat one without. Moreover, unlike skills and spells, players could improve their combat standards while they learned a technique. This was yet another reason that experts refused to teach others their techniques. They adamantly refused all sorts of payment for the training. Yet, the Azura adventurer team wanted to teach its members various combat techniques. The news stunned countless players. None of them doubted the validity of Azura's offer. As Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Xueqi certainly knew many combat techniques. There wasn't anything surprising about him teaching his members one or two of these techniques. Moreover, the more powerful an expert was, the more they would value their promises. After a short moment, players crowded the previously empty registration area. The crowd even included players who had yet to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. These players begged Solitary 9 to give them a chance and let them become reserve members. For a time, Solitary 9 and the other players manning the registration area were incredibly busy. More players had come to apply than they had expected. Even fifth-floor experts were rushing to put in their applications. Among these experts, many had been main force members from well-known adventurer teams or experts from the two large guilds. In less than 30 minutes, Azura had over 100 official members and 500 reserve members. Unfortunately, Solitary 9 rejected every player who hadn't yet reached the trial tower's 4th floor, telling these players to return after they did so. News of the Azura adventurer team's offer to teach its members combat techniques quickly spread throughout the city. It became a hot topic among these players, and many expressed their intention to join the organization. The city's two large guilds suffered headaches because of this. They had planned to ridicule Azura for its high recruitment requirements, but now, they were only frustrated over the new adventurer team. If Azura gathered enough experts and taught them combat techniques, there was no doubt that the adventurer team would become Coldwind City's overlord. Guild leader, I've notified Hecate. However, more than 500 players have already joined Azura. At this rate, Azura will rule the city long before Hecate opens a path to Coldwind City, Featherwind said, shocked as he overlooked the statistics he had recently received. This won't do. No. We'll go and find Wave Heart. Even if we have to pay a high price, we have to form an alliance with the adventurer team and convince them to deal with Azura, Thundering Sky said as he stood. He had hoped to avoid allying with Wave Heart to deal with Azura, but it'd be enough if the adventurer team helped Matchless Family survive until Hecate arrived. Guild leader, a report just came in. Wave Heart's Lifeless Thorn has led a team to Azura's residence. By the looks of it, Lifeless Thorn plans to take action, Featherwind said, smiling coldly at the latest report. Lifeless Thorn was a battle maniac. Since his debut in Coldwind City, not a single expert he had challenged had lasted more than 5 moves. Eventually, he had become Coldwind City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. Not even the city's main guilds could do anything against the man and were forced to ignore his existence. He's making a move? Thundering Sky could not help but laugh. This is going to be interesting. Let's go. We're heading to the residence to watch this play out. Chapter 1458. Demigod-ranked expert. Chapter 1458. Demigod-ranked expert. Coldwind City, Azura adventurer team's residence. As soon as Xueqi stepped out of the advanced carriage, he was greeted by a sea of people crowding around the residence's entrance. It was even more lively than an imperial capital's auction house. Why are so many people here? Xueqi was confused to see such a large crowd. Around a dozen people stood before the registration area, the leader of which was a man in icy blue armor, holding a purple spear in his right hand. Although this man stood in silence, the surrounding players had distanced themselves from him, creating a wide, open space clearing. Aside from this man's companions, no player dared to move within 20 yards of him. I hadn't expected Lifeless Thorn to visit. Why do you think he's here? Do you really need to ask? He's here to issue a challenge. Lifeless Thorn was Coldwind City's #1 expert. Now that someone has usurped his position, he must be here to reclaim his status. Indeed. I've heard Wave Heart members talk about how bored he is because he hasn't been able to find someone who can put up a decent fight. He's been spending time in the Forbidden Land to open a path to other NPC cities so he can find new experts to challenge. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of the 2 experts will win the duel. You can't figure that out on your own? Lifeless Thorn is definitely going to win. He's invincible in Coldwind City. On the other hand, the mysterious swordsman has only made a name for himself recently. I wonder if that swordsman will accept Lifeless Thorn's challenge. The spectating crowd discussed the potential duel between Xueqi and Lifeless Thorn. They all anticipated the fight between these 2 powerful experts. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn has grown stronger again. He's replaced his old weapon too. His last weapon was a top-tier, level 45, dark gold spear called Meteor Spear. It had been crimson red, and I've heard that Lifeless Thorn had found it in a dark gold treasure chest. It seems that he had earned quite the harvest from the Snow Rift, Featherwind said, smiling as he gazed at the purple spear in the berserker's hand. That damnable swordsman is in trouble. Indeed. If Lifeless Thorn gets serious, Not even Sky Slicer and I would have any hope against him. That's why Hecate's been urging us to do everything we can to recruit him. It's a pity that he isn't interested in joining a guild.
I doubt he even would have joined Waveheart if not for the help in obtaining better weapons and equipment, Thundering Sky said as he tried to sort out a tangle of complex emotions. He had always treated Lifeless Thorn like the biggest thorn in his side, but even Hecate had warned him not to provoke the man. Now, Lifeless Thorn would finally be of some use to him. Lifeless, I already told you that our commander isn't here. Standing here is pointless. If you want to challenge the commander, I'll let him know once he's finished his tasks and returns. Solitary 9 growled, frustrated with Lifeless Thorn obstructing the registration area. Solitary 9 had personally experienced this man's power. The gap between them was massive. Despite being one of the top 3 MTs in Coldwind City, he had only lasted 3 moves against Lifeless Thorn. From start to end, he had been powerless to retaliate. Moreover, their duel had been over a month ago. Now, Lifeless Thorn radiated an even more frightening feeling. With a single glance from the man, Solitary 9 felt as if he trudged through a muddy swamp, his movement growing sluggish. On the surface, the 2 large guilds ruled over Coldwind City. In reality, however, these guilds only operated as they wished because of Lifeless Thorn's disinterest in struggles over power and resources. Since the Berserker blocked off the registration area, who would be bold enough to come forth to apply to Azura? That won't be a problem. I have plenty of spare time. If I can't face him today, then you can contact your commander and inform him of my challenge, Lifeless Thorn said, smiling. He can choose the time and place. It doesn't matter to me. 9. You know that Lifeless is a battle maniac. Once he has made a decision, nothing can stop him. Just contact your commander, Cleansing Whistle advised. In reality, she too was curious to see who would win a fight between Shurfeng and Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn might have claimed that he wasn't a match for the newcomer, but he was simply being humble. She was fully aware of the man's true power. Not only had he obtained the top-tier, epic weapon, Thunder Spear, but he had also obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, a peak legacy. Even throughout the Ice Crystal world, Lifeless Thorn could rank near the top. How could he possibly lose to some unknown swordsman? You guys! As Solitary 9 struggled with his frustration, a deep voice reached him from down the hall. All right, I accept your challenge. Everyone immediately turned towards the voice. Commander! Solitary 9 gave Shurfeng a confused look as he approached. Shurfeng had told him that he needed to concentrate on finding certain information, and they shouldn't disturb him unless it were of the utmost importance. Hence, he had avoided contacting the commander. Ha ha ha! You've finally shown yourself. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shurfeng, who hid his name and appearance. His eyes shining with fighting spirit, he said, I knew an expert like you wouldn't refuse a challenge. The crowd had gasped when they heard Shurfeng's answer. They hadn't expected the Azura Adventurer team to accept the challenge. I'll agree to your challenge, but a simple duel would be too boring. Why don't we make a bet? Shurfeng asked, smiling. Even during his previous life, he had heard of this man. One of the 12 sacred berserkers, Lightning Warrior. Lifeless Thorn had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 berserker god. This player had become so famous in the past because he had provoked the super guild, King's Return. Although the guild eventually killed him, his defeat had been glorious. During the final battle, King's Return had dispatched 3 Tier 5 players to suppress Lifeless Thorn, yet he had killed one of these Tier 5 players before he had fallen. In the end, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert had joined the fray, and Lifeless Thorn had faltered and died. Lifeless Thorn's rise to prominence had been extremely fast. Although he had been incredibly famous in his own otherworld, he had only become truly renowned after venturing to God's Domain's continent. Once there, he had caused quite the commotion as he had challenged and defeated one expert from the God's Domain experts list after another. It hadn't taken him long to rank among the top 50 on the list. If not for the fact that he had remained a solo player, refusing to join any organization, he wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 5. If he hadn't been so stubborn and simply joined some random first-rate guild, he would have likely become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Shurfeng had never thought that he'd encounter Lifeless Thorn in the Ice Crystal world. He was truly blessed. In the past, Lifeless Thorn had never joined a guild, but now that Xueqi had established his own adventurer team, he could attempt to recruit the berserker. It'd be almost as good as convincing the man to join Zero Wing. If Xueqi succeeded, he'd have yet another powerful supporter. Chapter 1459. Battle for Number 1. Chapter 1459. Battle for Number 1. A bet. Smiling, Lifeless Thorn responded without hesitation. That won't be a problem. Even if you hadn't offered, I would have. I just wonder if you're brave enough to accept my wager. When they heard Lifeless Thorn's reply, Wave Heart's members sent Xueqi provocative glances. At the same time, their gazes contained a hint of pity. They acted as if they already knew this bet's outcome. Solitary 9 finally realized what was happening. Quickly, he whispered to Xueqi, "Commander, you must not agree to his bet. He wants your combat techniques." Not long ago, he had challenged every expert in Cold Wind City who had their own combat technique and forced the defeated to teach him. That's why he's become so powerful. Combat techniques? Realization dawned on Xueqi. He had been confused by how fast Lifeless Thorn had accepted his offer. Now, he knew why the man was so eager. He had proposed the bet to create an opportunity where he could recruit Lifeless Thorn into the Azura adventurer team. He hadn't expected this berserker to have designs on him as well. Combat techniques were precious in God's domain. The various large guilds that had their own only taught their most important members. Everyone else would have to rely on others' battle videos, either mimicking those with combat techniques or creating their own. Xueqi now understood why Lifeless Thorn had risen so quickly on God's domain's continent. "You're the one who suggested a bet. Are you chickening out?" Lifeless Thorn ridiculed as he glanced at Xueqi. "I have no issues. I'll accept your wager as long as it is within my capabilities to fulfill." Every core member in Zero Wing could learn the guild's combat techniques. Even if Lifeless Thorn didn't want to gamble combat techniques, if he joined Azura, he could easily purchase them with enough contribution points. "Good." Hearing Xueqi's reply, Lifeless Thorn hurriedly said, "My request is simple. If I win, you teach me that special footwork technique you used earlier. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want." Ordinary players would have watched Xueqi's battle against Matchless Family as entertainment. They wouldn't have examined the swordsman's skills. However, he had realized that Xueqi's disappearing act wasn't the result of a skill, but due to the man employing a special footwork technique to fool his opponent's eyes. He had never even heard of such powerful footwork before. Compared to this combat technique, those he had learned were garbage. Although Azura had declared that its members could purchase combat techniques with contribution points, he was fully aware that there were differences between techniques. This swordsman would never let his adventurer team's members trade CP for such an effective footwork technique. This guy really has a big appetite. He's actually aiming for Big Brother Yi Feng's unique combat technique right off the bat. He is shameless. Yenya stared at Lifeless Thorn with contempt. Solitary 9 and the others nodded in agreement. They had a rough understanding of combat techniques, as well. For example, offensive combat techniques were the most common, while defensive combat techniques were much rarer. Footwork and breathing techniques were the rarest, capable of enhancing a player's maneuverability. If a player learned one of those, their combat power could reach a whole new level. Yet, despite understanding the value of such a technique, Lifeless Thorn shamelessly asked for it. "That's all?" Xueqi asked. "Yeah, that's all I want. Do you accept?" Lifeless Thorn nodded, curious about Xueqi's calm reaction. "I don't have any problems with that. My request is pretty simple as well. If I win, you have to join the Azura adventurer team," Xueqi said, smiling. "Deal." "I'll join Azura if you can defeat me." Lifeless Thorn agreed without hesitation. However, he continued, "To ensure that our duel is fair, we'll use balance mode." An uproar ripped through the crowd when they heard this. "Lifeless Thorn, aren't you asking for too much? Not only have you asked for a powerful combat technique if you win, but you dare to ask for balanced mode. You're Cold Wind City's #1 expert. How is this fair?" Solitary 9 cursed. In a balanced mode PvP, the opponent's basic attributes would equalize, and any level or tier suppression would be rendered useless. Normally,
Players only used this mode if they wanted to compare their techniques. Although I like PvP, I have no interest in one-sided oppression, Lifeless Thorn declared righteously. After watching Xueqi's battle video, he realized how high the swordsman's basic attributes were. He definitely wasn't a match for the swordsman. Although he was proud of his strength, he wasn't blindly confident. Alright. Let's use balanced mode. The suggestion didn't particularly surprise Xueqi. If Lifeless Thorn could not tell the difference between their basic attributes despite watching his battle video, he wouldn't want to recruit the man for the Azura Adventurer team. Good. Let's sign a contract, then. Hearing Xueqi's consent, Lifeless Thorn pulled out a contract he had prepared earlier. All it was missing was Xueqi's signature. After reading through the contract, Xueqi signed it. With the main god system as the judge, no one could deny the duel's outcome. Following which, Xueqi and Lifeless Thorn headed to one of the Divine Colosseum's combat rooms. The combat room, which could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, was full. The large screen in the main hall would live-stream the duel. Almost every player in Cold Wind City with nothing better to do made their way to the Divine Colosseum to watch the match. This duel would determine Cold Wind City's true #1 expert. No one wanted to miss this. Azura's commander is pretty arrogant. He dares to face Lifeless Thorn in balanced mode. He'll humiliate himself, Cleansing Whistle stated, smiling faintly at Xueqi, who stood in the arena. That's right. Brother Lifeless Split Spear is no laughing matter. Even Shadowless, the city's second-ranked expert, couldn't evade it after activating a Berserk skill. Now that Brother Lifeless has the Thunder Spear, his Split Spear is even stronger. He can probably instant kill Shadowless now, a level 45 shield warrior said, nodding. While Wave Hearts members merrily chatted, the timer above the stage began to count down. As if he had become someone completely different, Lifeless Thorn began to release a bone-chilling killing intent. The look in his eyes had changed as well. He felt like a ferocious beast. Tension gripped the stage as the seconds ticked by, and the players in the stands felt stifled. The moment the timer reached 0, Lifeless Thorn activated twofold Berserk, his aura becoming explosively intense. The Berserker knew he couldn't afford to be careless against Xueqi. If this fight had happened before he had obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, he would have hesitated to challenge Xueqi. The swordsman's combat techniques were clearly superior to his. He would have been asking for a beating if he had challenged the man to a balanced mode duel. However, Peak Legacies granted Legacy Berserk skills, which could be used in conjunction with ordinary Berserk skills. If he activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes would exceed Xueqi's by leaps and bounds. Even if Xueqi's combat standards were superior, the swordsman could never make up for the gap in attributes. I have a hidden class. Don't blame me for hiding it. You only have yourself to blame for being careless. I'll gladly take that footwork technique now. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Xueqi before activating charge and advancing. Chapter 1460. Complete Suppression. Chapter 1460. Complete Suppression. After activating charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20+ yards separating him and Xueqi. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 afterimages at Xueqi from different angles. It was impossible to find the real weapon among the fakes. How has his Split Spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp. When he had dueled Lifeless Thorn, the Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image, forced to rely on luck and hope he blocked the real weapon. Yet, the Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprised Wave Hearts members. Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent's. Since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Xueqi would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this, yet he refused to give Xueqi any time to adapt. With so many advantages, the Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel. As the numerous spear images were about to devour Xueqi, a blue light flashed before him, following which, a loud explosion shook the arena, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's Thunderspear had stopped an inch from Xueqi's neck. Impossible! Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless Split Spear. Why did it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up. The other Wave Heart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with Split Spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky. Of course, nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn. However, the Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed Split Spear again, sending another 20+ spear images thrusting at Xueqi. Before the spear images reached Xueqi, another blue light flashed. This time, the Thunder Spear stopped several centimeters away from Xueqi's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Wave Hearts members watched Xueqi in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected Lifeless Split Spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split Spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Xueqi, the swordsman located the real Thunder Spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Xueqi took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind Slash, his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the Berserker. Dang! A loud clang echoed throughout the venue. Following which, Xueqi reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Xueqi hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry. As expected of the Lightning Warrior, his reactions are so fast. Xueqi smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating killing ray. Split Sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone. Against Xueqi, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment, the immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques. To Xueqi, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player, Lifeless Thorn's Split Spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the Berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent. In a clash of techniques, the player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, it was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his Split Spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique. However, combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills. Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his Split Spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts it was more than enough time. Guild Leader, Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Azura's commander will definitely lose, Featherwind excitedly announced. Good. As expected of the publicly acknowledged, #1 expert. If Xueqi lost,
Lifeless Thorn would be Cold Wind City's undisputed, #1 expert. The Azura Adventure Team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Cold Wind City. As the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's large guild sighed with relief, Xueqi walked towards his opponent.
You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Xueqi said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and 9 Dragon Slash. Suddenly, the intensity of Xueqi's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms manifested around him. You have a hidden class as well? Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Xueqi's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents, even if his techniques were inferior. However, based on the man's aura, Xueqi's basic attributes were now much higher than his. His opponent's 12 Phantom Swords even outnumbered his prided Adjudication Spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Xueqi appeared before him and lightly swung Killing Ray. Tier 2 Legacy Skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared. As if time had frozen, silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. Chapter 1461. Abyssal Blade Evolves. Chapter 1461. Abyssal Blade Evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won just like that. So fast. I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Xueqi and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process. After watching the duel, the expert players that had hesitated over joining the Azura Adventure Team swore that they would join. Just who is this guy? Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Xueqi descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Xueqi and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Azura Adventure Team lording over Cold Wind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Azura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Wave Heart intends to do now. Yenya and the other Azura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered, and a new legend was born in Cold Wind City. Azura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Cold Wind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost. He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Xueqi had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his Adjudication Spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks. In the end, nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Xueqi. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Xueqi. I sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Azura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer, Lifeless Thorn said. Ask away. I'll answer as best as I can, Xueqi offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region, Xueqi acknowledged, not bothering to hide the truth. The conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful, unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Xueqi, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. I knew it. Eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked, Are there a lot of experts where you come from? A lot. Too many to count, Xueqi responded after giving the matter some thought. Xueqi realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks. Of course, Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on two fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help. Then, can you take me there? I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Azura Adventurer team. I won't join any other power. Hearing Xueqi's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Azura to develop elsewhere, Xueqi said, shaking his head. In reality, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well, but he couldn't return to God's domain until he collected the eternal ice crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine yet. We'll leave once you finish your task? Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more, the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them, Xueqi explained. Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away. Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. Hold on a minute. Before you go, take a look at these. Xueqi snatched the impatient Berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for Void Steps. This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you. Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique, which Xueqi taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Azura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is, shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Xueqi to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged towards Azura's residence. In a few short hours, Azura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so, so many experts made it easier for Xueqi to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000-plus Azura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way, he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others' help. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Xueqi could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow, using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments. He had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence,
He claimed 1 ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 great lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so grand lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord-ranked field bosses. On the bright side, since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Xueqi constantly slaughtered bosses. Xueqi only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on divine providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals. During this period, Xueqi had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' levels skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Xueqi had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn in his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the eternal ice crystals. I hope this will work. Xueqi took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the eternal ice crystals as the evolution material. Chapter 1462. Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Chapter 1462. Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Even after Xueqi selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Xueqi frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Xueqi was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Replacement evolution material detected. Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the eternal ice crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Abandon the power of frost? Although he was confused, Xueqi ecstatically clicked Continue. Suddenly, the 10 eternal ice crystals in Xueqi's hand shattered, 2 clouds of smoke, 1 black and 1 white, emerging from their remains. Following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Xueqi, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Xueqi felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state. After evolving, the Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now, the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes! Xueqi exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1720. All attributes plus 130. Attack speed plus 24. Ignore levels plus 18. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 220% damage. 37% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 2. Can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute, 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind,
Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tier the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration: 5 seconds. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 2. Instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 2. Prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Additional passive skill. Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance. Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 8 hours. The famed smith Aulus personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects had become much stronger than in epic weapons. The Abyssal Bind's strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the ancient shrine have increased by 10%. Xueqi was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternal ice crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall. Now, all he had to do was collect the required 10 eternal ice crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the ancient shrine. After Xueqi returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Xueqi held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1000 HP each second. What is this thing? Xueqi was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered. What a strong frost power. Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Xueqi looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Xueqi could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 Ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 Ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet, this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Xueqi clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled,
One system notification after another reached his ears before Xueqi could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement. A player has activated the new expansion pack Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement. This new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4 hours. System. You have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Xueqi was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update. However, Xueqi didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. Chapter 1463. Origin Weapon. Chapter 1463. Origin Weapon. When Xueqi tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him. As he read the text, Xueqi was stunned. This is an elemental source? Xueqi couldn't believe his eyes. Source of true frost. Contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 luminaries crystals, and these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but it would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second- and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Xueqi had used in the past had been refined by a Grandmaster Forger, who used an elemental source. To obtain the weapon, he had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's domain. Although hiring a Master Forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grandmaster. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Xueqi now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players. That had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game. After the first elemental source had appeared in the game, the crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Xueqi realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk. At first, everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Xueqi then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Xueqi opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set. Before Xueqi had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin, a series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Xueqi left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the ice crystal world and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible, he had remained in the game for 3 days straight. They're finally willing to let go, huh?
Xueqi smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow. Recently, nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that Gentle Snow had finally captured Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wings branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly. But Xueqi wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations. Once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts, Ouroboros' training center would become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space. As Xueqi browsed through the other messages, his virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix Rain. Xueqi reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wings members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Xueqi asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with 9 Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason, something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected.
Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him.
Now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Black Flame can lend me a few experts on the raid, Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Xueqi. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yueru, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin her guild had found. Xueqi was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins? Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Xueqi asked after calming down. We've activated the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest, Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd ask such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Xueqi.
After giving the matter some thought, he said, if you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it.
However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtain during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships' construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Xueqi's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, that's a level 50 to level 60, grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Xueqi understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.